Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lawrence, Ms. Lee, Mr. Miller, Mr. Montague, Ms. Morrison, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Caldwell, Mr. Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Carl Samuda, Mr. Shaw, Mr. Siblis, Mr. Slowly, Mr. Smith, Mrs. Vaz, Mr. Warmington, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Williams, Mr. Wilson, and Mr. Wright. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Statement by ministers.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to join you in welcoming members to this sitting today, and particularly to welcome members who have had support through the gallery, and the gallery is very fulsomely attending today, and we would want to expect that that gallery is in support of a particular measure that will be taken in the House at a later point today. Mr. Speaker.
Hold on. Before you pay for yet another app to manage your team, let me introduce you to Connect Team, the one platform that replaces all of the
measures which come to this honorable House are important, but today I think are one or two that will be very critical in terms of the way forward for us in a lot of ways, and in particular in terms of an act which has not happened, I think, in my lifetime, yours, and perhaps in every member in this honorable House's lifetime, the matter of an additional parish to this country. So we're looking forward to those discussion debates later on, and for the fulsome conclusion of these matters that are on the order paper today. Mr. Speaker, it is intended to have two statements by ministers, the Minister of Health and Wellness and the Minister of Labor and Social Securities. It is my pleasure, Mr. Speaker, to ask you now to invite the Minister of Health and Wellness, Member of Parliament for St. Catherine, West Central, to make his statement.
A member from St. Catherine, West Central, Minister of Health, you will have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon to my colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I rise to update this Honorable House on the recently held Health and Wellness Career Expo and Employment Fair, hosted by the Ministry
We've got great news.
If you live in the
Expo and Employment Fair, hosted by the Ministry of Health and Wellness and the Public Health interest, ensuring human resources for health sufficient in numbers and competencies aligned to the model of care and committed to the mission. And I want to make that clear, Mr. Speaker and colleagues, because there are those who describe this effort as a grand waste of time. And I want to just put it in context that there is a rationale and by extension a justification for why this was necessary. Mr. Speaker, over the last 7 years, the issues affecting human resources for health have had a significant impact on health service delivery. And we have spoken about it over and over in this House and other places. These issues include, but is not limited to, the migration of staff from our health system, especially specialists in various areas that support health service delivery, and the inability of the health system to replace these skills adequately and effectively. Mr. Speaker, on average, just to give one example, some 500 nurses per year have left the public health system since 2018, including specialist nurses. And that's just one example. At the same time, the need for non-clinical specialist staff is a major concern in the health system. It is for this reason that the ministry has invested significantly in the training of medical physicists, biomedical engineers, health infrastructure specialists, and other specialists, an attempt at replacing those we have lost in a highly mobile health worker labor market. Still, Mr. Speaker, the retention levels for these officers are also very low, as they are in high demand internationally, as well as by the local private sector, who sometimes outbid the compensation package of the government to secure the trained skills identified. So, Mr. Speaker, it is against this background, and as part of the implementation of the Human Resources for Health strategy, that the Ministry of Health and Wellness hosted the Career Expo and the Employment Fair, targeting students at the end of their secondary education, community colleges, tertiary level education institutions who may wish and are curious about the various aspects of careers in health, may be interested to pursue postgraduate education, and also we targeted, Mr. Speaker, members of the public generally. Mr. Speaker, so the goal of the initiative was to increase the interest of the public in pursuit of careers in the healthcare field, thereby increasing the available professionals for public health service delivery as part of the bigger plan to support infrastructure build-out, more jobs through compensation review, and of course the need to address the increasing sick profile of our population. Mr. Speaker, we sought to expose the public to the career options available in healthcare so as to influence their decision on career level education or tertiary level education, expose the various areas, professional groups, and the pathways which could lead to becoming a specialist, and also providing an opportunity through the job fair to fill vacant positions that exist currently in the system. I am pleased, Mr. Speaker, members of this Honorable House, to say that we had over those 2 days close to 12,000 Jamaicans participating in the Career Expo and the Employment Fair. To the extent where, progress does create disruptions. There was a very difficult time accessing the university campus and those who live in and around that space because of the sheer backlog of traffic. In one sense, clearly inconvenience, and we apologize for that. In another, the clear interest and participation in this Career Expo and Employment Fair. From our count, close to 8,000 students and other members of the public, that's 7,902, visited the displays, and there was a registration booth, so to the extent that persons registered, and interacted with various healthcare professionals and associated partner exhibitions. Mr. Speaker, 97 schools, 92.
Do you have a car, and do you have a clean
tertiary level institutions also were included, and we even had some interest in some of our younger population at the level of the primary schools. The second component of the event was the Employment Fair, which saw some 2,907 persons screened for the available 600 plus jobs across the public health system that were advertised a week or so before. Mr. Speaker, the Southeast Regional Health Authority, SARA, received the highest percentage of applications, counting for some 37.7% of total, while the Ministry of Health and Wellness head office accounted for some 29.7% of applications, indicating significant interest in administrative and policy-related roles, which we welcome. The National Council on Drug Abuse received some 24.7% of applications, highlighting a strong response to opportunities in mental health and addiction services, which may reflect a growing awareness of the importance of these areas. Mr. Speaker, the Western Regional Health Authority, Northeast Regional Health Authority, and Southern Regional Health Authorities had much smaller shares with 2.1, 1.3, and 2.3% representation, respectively. Persons who came in had to indicate exactly where they were coming from, which parish, and by extension were grouped into the respective regions. And the University of the West Indies accounted for 2.3% of applications. I'm pleased to advise, Mr. Speaker, and this is where the value, I think, comes in justifying why this was important, to announce that some 2,480 of those who attended the fair met the qualification requirements for some, not all, of the 600 or so jobs that were advertised, or positions that were advertised, and therefore qualified for second and third level interviews. Clearly, 3,000 people over 2 days would not allow for the type of extensive interviewing that would be required. So the first round was more screening, filling out some basic information, and then streamlining whether to the region, to the institution, or otherwise. And that was done with some 2,400 having a follow-up. There's a table here that shows the numbers by region, by head office, and by UWI, and NCDA, totaling the 2,480. Applications were received from a range of career options, including patient care assistants, community health aides, health record clerks, administrative assistant, customer services, and key positions within the ministry, among others, which includes doctors and nurses. Through the employment fair, Sarah, for example, was able to identify persons who are interested in filling positions that have been long advertised, but no suitable qualified applicants were found. These positions include a regional pharmacist, medical physicist, and a physiotherapist to serve in the parish of St. Thomas. I want to emphasize that, to come back to what seemed to have been a trivialization of this exercise. St. Thomas, very important parish. This government is doing a lot to develop that parish. More people are moving into the parish. You know, sometimes we are always motivated to want to work in the urban centers and the capital, Kingston and its environs. And sometimes it's very difficult to get people to relocate in the rural parishes. And in this instance, out of this exercise, highly qualified persons were identified: a medical physicist, physiotherapy, which is very important, and a regional pharmacist. So the parish of St. Thomas is better off, Mr. Speaker, as a result of this job fair. And I think that suggests great value being created outside of just having the event, or certainly for the purpose of the event. The Southern Regional also benefited greatly with the engagement of 5 nurses who will be added to the cadre to serve at the Chapelton Hospital. This addition of nurses will now enable the hospital to offer 24-hour medical coverage to the population, which was intended. I see the member from that particular constituency where Chapelton Hospital is located, who is very happy. That hospital, by the way, was literally closed down until this government took office, reopened it, renovated it, staffed it, provided approximately 50 beds, 40 or 50 beds for inpatient care, a new pharmacy, and would function up to a certain point, I think 10 p.m. And because of a shortage of nurses, we couldn't go the 24-hour cycle unless there's an emergency. Today, coming out of that job fair, I am told by the region they have identified nurses who will and are willing to go to the Chapelton Hospital. In the Western region, Mr. Speaker, we were able to identify 7 doctors from the employment fair who the region is now processing and finalizing their engagement as medical officers of health. So, again, just to address the maybe mischief, maybe curiosity, maybe insensitivity, lack of understanding and awareness.
Mr. Speaker, it's amazing how time flies when excellent statements are being made. So, how much time? 5 minutes. 5. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, the member's time having expired, I beg to move that it be extended by 5 minutes to allow him to complete his presentation. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
The request is on the floor for the extension of the speaker's time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. You may continue. Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was saying to this honorable House, and I say so with the greatest amount of respect for all the comments that have been made, even when I don't agree with those comments, that the purpose of the exercise and certainly the job fair was to fill positions or certainly offer opportunities to locals. And as has been outlined here, and this is just an example that I've pulled, it wasn't just about those who are least qualified. Even though every job is important, we were able to attract persons in much higher qualification categories. And as a result, the health system and in those areas are better off for it, here by justifying what we have done. I hasten to add that our work is not complete, however, Mr. Speaker. The team at the ministry, along with the regional health authorities and our departments, will be completing the recruitment process for the advertised jobs and analyzing surveys from schools that attend the expo. This is to ascertain the further usefulness of the expo experience and support future interventions as we seek to galvanize human resources for health. Mr. Speaker, the ministry will also establish a database of job seekers to facilitate continued recruitment and workforce planning and explore the feasibility of hosting annual or biannual career expos to sustain workforce development efforts. We have to try new things, Mr. Speaker, and some things that have been tried in the past, not done, to address the issue of human resource, and that's what we're doing in this instance. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I wish to also advise this honorable House that the Career Expo and Employment Fair coincided with the visit of Dr. Teodora Herbosa, the Secretary of Health for the Republic of the Philippines. His visit, at my invitation, supported of course by the Cabinet and Government of Jamaica, yielded a memorandum of understanding between our two countries that provides for faculty exchanges, as well as specialist training and knowledge and experience sharing in the areas of biotechnology, epidemiology, and healthcare management, among other things. Let me remind members of the public and this honorable House that all initiatives coming out of the Ministry of Health and Wellness is guided again by that strategic plan. So that visit was successful. The Minister of Health, or the Secretary of Health of the Philippines, had a good trip. We signed this MOU, and follow-up discussions are taking place through a joint technical working group where we can share in cross-faculty training, which is a bottleneck for us to train more people, and also clinical rotation, particularly in the areas where we have a shortage. And so I would say that that was a highly successful visit, and other visits are scheduled in the future. I want to take the opportunity finally to congratulate the team at the ministry and our regional health authorities, departments and agencies on their steadfast commitment to this plan. This is part of a grander plan. It's linked to the Barwin Scholarship, which offered some 600 scholarships last year. We'll offer 500 million worth of scholarship this year for the next 4 years. It's linked to the expansion of permanent posts, the expansion of new hospital infrastructure, and of course the people now to man that, which includes training, expansion, and collaboration between Jamaica and other jurisdictions like the Philippines. of course, targeting in the first instance our local workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it would be appreciated that mischief can come from those who seek to advise or inform, as well as those who seek to critique. West Kingston. Thank you very much for the statement, Minister. We do recognize that, yes, we have a significant shortage of health care professionals in the country. What I find interesting, though, in the comment is that of the 500 nurses who have left the system since 2018, you have only been able to recruit 5 out of this health fair. And secondly, back to numbers, because I know you're a minister who speaks about knowing your numbers. You had 12,000 persons who visited the health fair, but you said, from our account, close to 8,000 students and other members of the public visited the displays. Where are the other 4,000 and who are they? Aren't they members of the public too? That's one question. Minister, you mentioned about the number of doctors that the Western Regional Health Authority got. I think it was 8 doctors who were recruited on that particular day, 7. Can you give an idea as to the total number of medical officers at whatever level of the system that exists across the entire regional health authorities in the country? And that would give us a better idea as to how effective your health fair was in one category of healthcare workers. 1, the nurses, 2, the doctors. You mentioned, ministers, a curious part of the statement is that and that's on page 4 of 7, that of the 2,480 persons who attended the fair met the qualification requirement for some of the positions. You had 600 positions. Which are these some that you speak to? And it would be good, Minister, if you had given a breakout of the 600 vacancies that exist, because even in the Parliament here today and people listening, it could be part of that healthcare expo too, to tell those persons who hadn't come to the health fair which category of workers still exists out there that the ministry needs to fill those spaces or positions. So Minister, I'm glad you mentioned the latter part about the cooperation with the Philippines, and probably this is one area, as we have done in the past in the country, Philippine nurses coming to Jamaica to work. Can you indicate to the Parliament whether this is under consideration from the government of the Philippines and in some sort of cooperation with the government of Jamaica to get these persons there? Interesting, yes. The staff of the National Council on Drug Abuse. You had 612 applicants, and this is part of that 600 that you're trying to fill. How many vacancies you have at the National Council for Drug Abuse? Applicants, yes. And Minister, of interest also is that your head office had 736 applicants. What posts are there available? Which brings me back to the question to ask, of the 600 that you mentioned, plus jobs in the public health sector, the breakout for the respective areas that are required. And one final question, Minister. Yes, you said that people potentially, or some people are hell-bent on creating mischief. But the question I want to ask, these jobs that were advertised for the health fair, separate and apart from those that you will require for the increased establishment with the build-out, have they been previously advertised in the media? Because very often we see these jobs advertised. Are there any take-up for these jobs? I know you mentioned the medical physicist and the physiotherapist for St. Thomas, but of the others. So it brings back to the question of those you say claim to want to create mischief. Why was the purpose of this particular expo if they weren't advertised previously?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, thank you, colleague. Always appreciate your questions. The first question, I'm failing to understand the logic of the first question because you're equating, and I say so respectfully, you're equating the, let me, all right, I'll give you that. Maybe it's my lack of understanding, and I'm sure you will clarify if necessary. But, no, but you can't. I would suggest that you don't equate the 500 nurses we lost over the last number of years with our attempt to recruit back those nurses, because clearly that doesn't make logical sense. In other words, I suspect, huh? No, but let me clarify. Maybe my communication skills are not as great. The fact is that we are not seeking to establish a relationship unless it is possible and probable. And in this case, I suspect this particular mechanism, this vehicle of a job fair, would not be practical if it were targeting the people who have already migrated and probably live in UK, Philadelphia, New York. So we weren't trying to get them to come to Jamaica to be recruited. Okay, so the nurses that I gave, the 5 nurses reach Appleton, is one example, because I'm allowed a time constraint, just to show the value. I could get that information. So I don't think the two equates. And just to be clear, the objective was not to try to recruit those who have already migrated, even though we want them back, as many as possible. The other question about the numbers. So the 8,000 is separate from the 3,000 approximately who went to the job fair. But we did promote among the job fair people to take a walk over to the, so once you put it together, it's approximate, but it's certainly up there. The issue around were not qualified, the positions. I mean, that's a detail we can get in terms of what positions, but the fact that 2,400 applied, and this should answer a lot of the questions, you could have 30 people applying for one post. So where you see the National Council on Drug Abuse having, as the member in his sort of voucher remark said, 25% of the staff complement being applying for posts for the National Council. It was, yeah. No, but his comment, I know it was in my statement, but he never rose officially. You were on your feet. And what I'm saying is that you can have a case where, and you did have those cases where multiple applicants went for one particular job. As you would appreciate, we did not limit the numbers. So it's a matter now of filtering that and finding the most suitable applicants. So it could mean that the National Council on Drug Abuse may just offer 5 positions for the 60-odd people because there are multiple applicants. The issue around, well, I believe you missed it, but there was a 7- or 8-page ad in the 2 Sunday papers a few weeks back, or a week or so before the expo, listing all the job openings by institution, by region, and even by the ministry or the council. So anyone who bought the paper that weekend, and we did promote it, they would have seen all the positions that were advertised.
What I wanted to know is not necessarily in preparation for the job fair, but over a period of time, because vacancies arise and exist over a period of time.
Right, and that was a subsequent question you asked, and I'll respond to that. The fact is, yes, the regions have tried to advertise for these posts. I know, for example, in the case I brought up about Chapelton, I've been talking to the region, Southern Regional Health, and the parish head around finding those positions, filling those positions, and they have tried. And in fact, they have had a high turnover for various reasons. So yes, they have tried. The Philippines Technical Working Group will seek to do a couple of things. It will seek to address capacity building in the first instance. And capacity building means training. So the two bottlenecks for expansion of training are faculty and limited numbers, clinical rotation, space. So after you do the classroom work, you know what it is, you're a doctor, you have to work around the bed or in the particular department. We're building out hospitals now, which will give us more clinical rotation space. The Philippines has over 400 hospitals for the 100+ million population. They have enough space to allow for some clinical rotation. So our people can go there, as well as access to their faculty, either remotely or in person. So that's the first idea, because you're right, we want to engage our people first, even before we seek to encourage and invite others to come in. But I don't think we can leave that off the table either, to be totally frank. As you know, we have over 300 Cuban healthcare workers here in Jamaica, and we do have from other nationalities. Part of the wider global health strategy is going to be to offer as much opportunities to our locals, which is why the expo is important among the high schoolers and so on. That's a longer term vision. But to fill the immediate gaps, if we can't source locally, we have to explore other options. And I think the Philippines is a worthy partner, because on a per capita basis, they only compare with Jamaica in terms of the export of healthcare workers to the world on a per capita basis. They being a bigger country, of course. So that's the idea. I don't think there's anything else beyond that. Thank you very much.
Minister Purnell Charles.
I can hear you, Minister Juliet Cuthbert. Today, yes, the copies have been distributed. No, we have 63 of them. These are just the extras. Give them out to me. Can you distribute the copies, please? Not today. Let me just be clear, Mr. Speaker. Today we're discussing persons with disabilities, not farm work. I see all of my colleagues glaring towards me longingly. It's a more important topic today. MP Morrison and MP Sibley's. But let me proceed as we distribute.
It's 2025, and you're still using the same cable network? Frontier Fiber is here.
Can I proceed, Mr. Speaker? Yes. Mr. Speaker, this week, our country will proudly commemorate the 3rd anniversary of the date when the Disabilities Act came into effect. That was February 14th. Came into effect February 14th, 2022, after a long gestation from 2014. This landmark legislation, Mr. Speaker, colleagues, provides a comprehensive framework for the protection of the rights of persons with disabilities in our country. The primary objective of this act include promoting the individual dignity, the freedom of choice and the independence of persons with disabilities, ensuring that we are preventing discrimination based on disability, that we're fostering respect for the differences that they may have as integral members of our diverse population, and ensuring full and equal participation in all aspects of national life. That includes access to education, employment, healthcare, housing, transportation, and participation in political and public life. Now, these rights, Mr. Speaker, align with Jamaica's commitment to the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, of which Jamaica was proudly the first signatory on March 30, 2007. Mr. Speaker, the JCPD, the Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities, which came out of the Act as a body corporate, has played a very critical role in advising the government and the disability sector, advocating for the rights of persons with disabilities, maintaining a confidential register, which is important, raising public awareness, conducting research, monitoring, implementation, and providing legal assistance to ensure that the rights of persons with disabilities are upheld. And I want to take the time to acknowledge not only the officers from the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, but I want to acknowledge my Minister of State, Dr. the Honorable Norman Dunn, or is it Honorable Dr. Norman Dunn, who has done a lot of work in this area, as well as the Executive Director of the JCPD, Dr. Hendricks, and her team. Now, since the implementation of the Act, Mr. Speaker, we have made notable progress in several areas, including education, employment, and accessibility. I want to just talk about a few. It is important for us to inform the public, so as we discuss the anniversary date, we are informed as to the status of our nation. In education, we have improved access to quality education for children with disabilities. You would have known, Mr. Speaker, of the Early Stimulation Program that facilitates children under 6 years old. We also have supported and strengthened the special education units within mainstream schools and provided support services and accommodations. In employment and economic empowerment, we have advanced initiatives promoting inclusive hiring practices and vocational training programs in collaboration with entities like the Heart NSTA Trust, all with a view to reducing and eliminating, if we can, discrimination in employment on the basis of disability. This is an important issue, because when we speak to persons with disabilities, this is one of the areas that they highlight as significant challenges, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. So to combat this, the Ministry and the JCPD, we provide grants for persons with disabilities to support their economic activities. We also have tried over the last year to expand beyond just grants to a very deliberate approach to inclusivity. And you would know, Mr. Speaker, that we came to this Parliament and spoke about the integration in a strategic and deliberate way of persons with disabilities in our overseas employment program. We have 2 young ladies who came out of the Abilities Foundation agricultural program, and 2 men who are now doing very well in Canada, and more to come. In terms of accessibility, Mr. Speaker, we have partnered with the Bureau of Standards to adapt the accessibility checklist, which we did also indicate to Parliament sometime last year, designed as a convenient source, a simple guideline for identifying architectural, structural, and communication barriers. This checklist is to be used by all, so that when you are building, whether it is a school, a church, a home, a parliament, you will be able to have that support in knowing what to do. So this tool is utilized and should be utilized to promote higher standards of physical and operational accessibility. It's not just about the infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, it's also about how we communicate and how we operate. The Act established the JCPD as a body corporate. It also created, very importantly, Mr. Speaker and colleagues, the Disabilities Rights Tribunal. And this tribunal is a critical feature and perhaps one of the greatest achievements since the Act has come into effect. It provides a formal mechanism whereby persons, whether it is that you are a person with disability or someone taking care of a person with disability, where you can address complaints of discrimination ensuring that persons with disabilities have a pathway for redress whenever they feel their rights are violated. And to access this service, Mr. Speaker, you need only to submit your formal complaint to the JCPD. The JCPD also recognizes that there may be difficulties for some persons in submitting, and so there's an actual template that can be filled out to assist in the process of accessing the Disabilities Rights Tribunal. Thereafter, once you submit, the JCPD carries out an investigation, speaks to the person who has made the complaint and also to the respondent, and determines whether the case is fit for alternative dispute resolution, whether it is mediation or otherwise, or whether it should be sent to the dispute resolution for or the Disabilities Rights Tribunal. To date, we can note that we have had 55 cases received by the tribunal, 29 of which have been investigated and resolved, 8 have been closed, well, not received by the tribunal, received as submitted, 8 have been closed, and 8 have been referred to the Disabilities Rights Tribunal. 1 has been referred to the Disputes Resolution Foundation, and 9 are currently under assessment to determine the next steps. So the establishment of this tribunal is a massive win for Jamaica. It distinguishes us regionally, and it really carries us to the international standards. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, colleagues, we have registered more than 17,000 individuals so far on our register at the JCPD, and this marks a positive step towards formal recognition and support for these clients. And I want to use this medium, and I'm sure that all colleagues will support and concur in encouraging any and all persons with disabilities to register with the JCPD. Download the forms from the website, which is www.jcpd.gov.jm, or collect a form at their head office or at any one of our parish offices across the country and make that submission. Now, it is important, as you can understand, for us to know who is a person with disability, where they are, what are their circumstances, so that we are able to facilitate, to support, and particularly in times of disaster, to know how to allocate resources. Mr. Speaker, we have also, and we would have had a soft launch some weeks ago, but we have developed an important public education campaign. We've called it I Am Able. And the I Am Able initiative is the new national public education campaign to advance the rights of persons with disabilities, promoting the capabilities of persons with disabilities, and also promoting access, inclusivity, and improving the integration of persons with disabilities across all aspects of life. The campaign is meant to be an empowering program designed ultimately to create a society where people of all abilities are valued, respected, and empowered. Mr. Speaker, we also acknowledge the inclusion of the International Symbol of Access, ISA, on the National Identification System cards. This is critical because it will help to enhance, again, the identification for persons with disabilities. In partnership also, Mr. Speaker, with the Operation Birthright program, we were able to carve out an allocation of 6,000. And so up to 6,000 persons with disabilities will have the support to have access to that program, so they can have the free support to receive their birth certificates, ensuring legal recognition and rights. As we know, unfortunately, many persons, particularly in rural communities, who are born with disabilities, are also born into circumstances of economic hardship. And in recognizing that, Mr. Speaker, we note that there's need for collaboration to facilitate giving them the support that is needed for them to have the access and that birth certificate is critical for everything, for going to school, and for all other features of development. Mr. Speaker, as we move quickly, partnership is required if we as a nation are to achieve the objectives of this critical legislation. And that partnership is partnership within our country, across government ministries, departments and agencies, and across waters, local, regional, and international. Locally, we have partnerships, the Ministry of Labour and Social Security and the JCPD, with Minister Tufton and his team at the Ministry of Health and Wellness, where together we have the new Lame New Life program, which has provided prosthesis worth over 52 million Jamaican dollars to more than 100 individuals so far. Yes.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, just by way of perhaps an obiter here, I think we need to can that laughter. It could have value somewhere else, that laughter. Mr. Speaker, the member's time having expired, I beg to move that it be extended by 5 minutes initially to allow for the completion of his presentation. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
The request is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. You may continue. Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we were saying, so we have these partnerships, one with the Ministry of Health and Wellness to support the provision of prosthesis to many of the persons across the country who need it the most. And we had the opportunity to visit the Sir John Golding Institute, and I know that the leader of the opposition will concur in terms of the level of support that Mr. Golding in the past has given. I expect the same support from his son, I'm sure, in terms of the integration of persons with disabilities and really creating not just spaces, but purpose-built spaces in terms of residential spaces and also spaces for work. So this is part of what we're doing in terms of the partnerships across government. We partner with the Ministry of Justice. The JCPD, have done significant work, including legal aid fairs held across the island. The Legal Aid Council, additionally, has been focusing on improving the information passage on the advancements of rights, and specifically teaching to persons with disabilities and those who have to interact with them how to navigate different legislation and how to access all of the support systems that are available in the Ministry of Justice. We have also partnered with the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sports, and all of us here as members of Parliament have taken part in our Labour Day projects that, if you notice, in recent times have been very focused in a deliberate way on improving access to schools, improving access to community spaces. Mr. Speaker, additionally, our Prime Minister has ensured that the new social housing program out of his ministry continues to prioritize building homes for vulnerable Jamaicans, particularly, and he has highlighted it, particularly those with disabilities. We have been partnering and we continue to partner with the NHT and the HAJ. And I give you one example, Mr. Speaker, colleagues. The NHT continues to provide a grant, not a loan, a grant of $300,000 to persons with disabilities or to their caregivers to improve access to the housing solutions, and that's laudable. There are other examples of local partnership. I won't go into all of them, but I do want to acknowledge at least a number of the partners that have been integral. The Digital Foundation, for instance, is instrumental in supporting the early stimulation program. The Abilities Foundation, the Combined Disabilities Association, and several other critical organizations that have focused their effort and their attention on persons with disabilities. I mentioned the institution before, but we also have the Cheshire Village and others who have all given their time and effort and consistent and steadfast focus on persons with disabilities. Lastly, I want to give another example. Many of the colleagues in Parliament should know, but again, across government, some of the clients of the JCPD are also available to them is income tax exemption, Mr. Speaker. This is on the basis of being a member of the JCPD and being a professional, of course, who earns over the threshold. And this is something which has been seen over the years as a significant benefit to clients of the JCPD. So I want to reiterate that. You have to, of course, satisfy certain criteria, but I again want to encourage persons, in order for you to access that tax exemption and tax relief, you have to also register. So go ahead and register. Finally, we have, and we continue, our partnerships with UNICEF. This is a critical one. With UNICEF, we are upgrading our management information system. We are also developing a mobile app for remote registration services, and we are digitizing the records of our clients, critical as we look ahead. Our next report to the United Nations Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities is due, not this year, but next year. And so we remain committed to adhering strictly to the international standards set forth under the Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Our public education campaign will continue and will strengthen, Mr. Speaker. As it is now, we have over 13,000 people participating in our education campaign focused on the disabilities issues, and we will hope, and we want to encourage, we want to invite parliamentarians to join in that effort, boosting our efforts through social media, allowing us to reach a broader and expanded audience, and furthering the rights and inclusion of persons with disabilities on a national scale. Just to wind down, Mr. Speaker, there are a number of concerns that have been raised from the community of persons with disabilities. Most of these are addressed through the programs that we have developed. However, we know that there's a lot of room for improvement and a far way to go. We want to acknowledge that. For us to do so, we also acknowledge that we are now, Mr. Speaker, this year up for review of the legislation. And so we are advancing the necessary steps to make sure that we have all the tools necessary to improve access, improve inclusivity, but also to fulfill the obligation of reviewing this critical legislation. We want to invite all Jamaicans to join in the commitment of advancing the rights of persons with disabilities, and we encourage them as we move forward to be educated and to give their recommendations. Mr. Speaker, let us all work together to ensure that persons with disabilities can lead independent, fulfilling lives, contributing fully to our society and to the nation-building process. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for this statement updating the Parliament and the nation on activities relating to the implementation of the Disabilities Act. The Disabilities Act which was passed, I believe, in 2014, was one of the landmark pieces of legislation enacted by the then Portia Simpson Miller administration. And it was consistent with the fact that under the administration of P.J. Patterson, the Most Honorable P.J. Patterson, Jamaica was the first, I believe, certainly in this hemisphere, country to sign on to the UN Convention for the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. And the Disabilities Act was really the domestic enactment of legislation to give effect in Jamaican law to the provisions of that convention. So we were very anxious to see the act brought into effect, having done a lot of work on it and getting it passed. And we'd anticipated a 2-year period between passage and the appointed day notice to bring it into effect. As it transpired, I think it took 5 years before it was finally brought into effect. And as the minister said, this is the 3rd anniversary of that date, but of course, much more than the 3rd anniversary of the actual passage of the legislation itself. Mr. Speaker, there are some issues which arise from the presentation, and you know, this is a wide-ranging subject, because being a person with a disability, depending on the nature of that disability, it can impact your life in virtually every sphere. So there's a lot to be done to realize the potential of the Act in adjusting society to provide a more accessible system for persons with disabilities. So, for example, Mr. Speaker, in the area of transportation, you know, we know that that's a big issue for persons with disabilities, especially persons with physical disabilities. And, you know, the fact of the matter is that the proportion of buses in Jamaica that are configured to be accessible to persons with disabilities is still far too small. It is a relatively small percentage of the overall fleet. I don't have the precise percentage, but I know that in 2023, of 50 buses that were configured.
Building your online business?
Community. And in August 2024, I think it was 10 buses that were equipped with ramps for the disabled community. So I believe at this time it's around 18, and maybe stand to be corrected, 18 buses that are specifically configured for persons with disabilities. Now, when you take into account that the estimate, the WHO's estimate of the worldwide population that has a disability of one form or another is 16% of the world's population. And I believe in Jamaica, the estimate ranges from 10% to 15%. Now, if our population is close to 3 million people, then we have a disabled population or population of persons who have some form of disability, somewhere between 300,000 to, 450 to 500,000 people. Now, given that fact, we have a long way to go in terms of registration, because at 17,130, clearly we're just scratching the surface. And I know that benefits flow from being registered. And so we want to encourage persons to get registered. I have a friend, for example, who had enjoyed income tax relief for most of his life. He was actually...
Speaker, the member's time for speaking having expired. I beg to move that it be increased by 5 minutes to allow him to complete his presentation. And in the generality of the comment, Mr. Speaker, I think it's always useful to, particularly on the side of ministers to stick as closely as we can to the script that we have provided for the members of the House so we can follow the presentations that are made. And I think if we are able to do that, we would be far more faithful to the time that is allotted by the order paper. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
The request is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it.
Thank you, House Leader. The issues that arise from the statement, I'd be interested to know, you mentioned special education units within the mainstream schools. I'd like to know how many mainstream schools currently have these special education units in them. In terms of access to buildings, this Parliament is notoriously inaccessible to persons with disabilities. When we were in government last, I had worked with Senator Floyd Morris and a university in Canada and UTEC and the UDC to come up with a plan to make this building more accessible for persons with disabilities. And that plan was presented, but it has not been acted on. And I think this is something that symbolically we ought to try, and even if the plan is to build a massive complex elsewhere, until that happens, we should make this building accessible. The elevator at the Santa Cruz courthouse, we put in an elevator at the Santa Cruz to enable persons with disabilities to reach the upper level where the courtroom is. I gather that elevator is not functioning. And, again, raise the question, how is dealing with these matters when we put in the investment, but we don't maintain it. Mr. Speaker, the rehab center, now called the Sir John Golding Rehab Center, that it is the only integrated rehab center of its kind in the English-speaking Caribbean. And it's a vital facility. The number of beds that are available in there for persons with spinal injury in particular is just inadequate. These are typically long-staying patients, and I routinely, or far too routinely, get calls from persons who know I have an association with the institution. Somebody suffered some traumatic accident or a gunshot victim and needs access, and it's invariably full, and they can't get a bed. I'm happy to say that the Sigma Run this year, one of the 3 institutional beneficiaries of the proceeds will be the Sir John Golding Rehab Center. And I'm hoping, Minister, that the government will get behind that funding, and this would also apply, of course, to the Minister of Health, to see if we can put in a facility with some additional beds up there. The land space is available. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm not aware of it, and I'm the chairman of the institution. So, yeah. So you can let me know. You can let me know. You have me on WhatsApp, as I do you. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, the Cheshire Village is a housing facility below the rehab center that was specially built for persons with disabilities and able-bodied persons to live in communities together. It has, since the 1970s, it was built in the 1970s. It has a number of challenges now, Minister, in terms of, for example, the roofs. A lot of the houses there have leaking roofs. They have a particular design from that era, and the cost of making the roofs watertight is quite expensive. And a lot of the people in there are either not working or are retired or have very modest means. The rental that they pay for the units is very, very low. But if the ministry could look at perhaps getting behind a program to make those units habitable again. People live in them, but I mean the situation with the leaking roofs is a big problem. So I'm reaching out to you to ask for the ministry to support that, a renovation of the roof there. I know that members of Parliament have an allocation for roofing, but I don't know if Minister Williams, in whose constituency this lies, if she has decided to allocate any of the funding to the Cheshire Village. And Minister, the other point I want to make, in terms of new buildings that are being planned in Jamaica, will we include in our planning requirements that accessibility be built into that, especially public buildings? Anything which is designed for where the public will have access. Will we require ramps and bathroom configuration for persons with disabilities and so on as a planning rule so that developers have to comply with that? I think if that would be done, it would be a good thing. Minister, I've run out of time, but those are some of the points. And I am still very much involved in the rehab center. Yeah.
Make him answer.
Another question? I imagine that was the fulsome response.
No, man. Answer, man. Answer, man.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it might be. I think it would be more efficient because there's usually overlap of concerns if we get all of the questions and then we respond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to join in thanking the Minister for the presentation and also to state that we believe much more can be done, but I believe it's a step in the right direction. Minister, Section 48 in the Act states that there should be a joint select committee to do their reviews. Joint select with the upper and the lower house. Can you say whether or not you have started the process? And can you say whether or not this Friday coming will be the latest for you to start that review? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Two of the questions that I'd wanted to ask were already included in the statements that went before. So I just have one issue that I wanted to raise and to draw the Minister's attention to a word that he used that I thought is not appropriate, given what he explained following. So on page 2, the second point that was made, about in employment and economic empowerment, we have prohibited discrimination. What you have outlined as having done, laudable though it is, cannot prohibit. And therefore, I think, and I really believe that when we do documents like these, reduce. But it's important to be accurate. If I sat here and said nothing, and somebody was quoting that elsewhere, and I objected to it, they would have said we left it unchecked here. And so it is my responsibility to bring it here.
Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank all members for their questions and comments. And a lot of these statements, I'll just say in general, are supportive of the statement and supportive of the government's thrust towards accessibility and inclusivity. But some of the matters I will address just to provide some clarity. In relation, firstly, as it relates to prohibiting, there's no difficulty in the understanding that what we should be doing is reducing with a view to prohibiting. As it relates to the transportation matters that were raised by the leader of the opposition, this government is the first government that has put into policy the and instituted in policy any structure that actually recognizes persons with disabilities and provides a percentage in terms of facilitating their access. At least 10% of all of the equipment that has been purchased with that in mind. And so it is beyond the 10 that was noted. It is actually 15 so far and more to come. So in the last batch I'm speaking, 15 in the last batch. So the government can be, the country can actually be comfortable in knowing that the government is not just speaking about it, but we have designed the policies and we have executed, first time ever. That is another one of the achievements. As it relates, Mr. Speaker, to the Sigma Run and other comments that were made, I'll just say that we accept the support, and of course, the Ministry of Labour will be a part of that run, and we are already in discussions with several of our partners. Beyond just the Sigma Run, we have actually developed, and we will come to the Parliament at a later date with it, a program designed just to boost partnerships internationally, locally, regionally, to focus projects in a purposeful way on persons with disabilities, senior citizens, and vulnerable families. So this is something that we are already advancing, and we welcome the support. In terms of the Cheshire Village, in December, Mr. Speaker, and I note that a comment was made about the Member of Parliament, so I can assure you, because the Member of Parliament for that area, MP Favour Williams, our Minister of Finance, was actually there with me and with Minister Dunn, and we ended 2024 at Cheshire Village. We were there, we were engaging and being engaged by the residents, and we had the opportunity not just to provide them with some gifts and some support, but to hear from them firsthand and directly what their concerns were. And subsequent to that, we have been working with their Member of Parliament, who I must say received a rousing applause for the support that she has been giving to the village over time. So I want to congratulate. Clearly, she visits there quite often. Yes, but we have spoken with them, and we're actually putting together, Mr. Speaker and colleagues, I don't want to say a program, more like an initiative to give some direct support in terms of directly addressing and confronting some of the issues that the individual households raised with us. As it relates to, yes, we saw it ourselves, and we agree. And again, we appreciate the support in identifying the issues. The Sir John Golding Institute. The Minister of Health and Wellness was able to confirm that we actually have added or are adding 10 beds to the Institute, which I think would be perhaps the most in recent times. And I'm sure that there will be other efforts to increase the number of beds at the John Golding Institute. So that's another good achievement. As it relates to the schools, I am advised that there are 38 special schools and 2 that are fully focused on persons with disabilities. And you already know of the early stimulation program as well. And additionally, the issue that was raised by a member relating to the review of the legislation. Yeah, so in my statement, I think I had articulated that we acknowledge that there's a review that is required and that we are advancing. So we have started that process at the Ministry of putting together what is necessary to bring to Parliament to advance the review of the legislation.
Chairman, Speaker, just a quick follow-up. The Act states categorically that no, not later than. So, not later than, and the deadline is Friday, so I'm just asking now, can you give me a time frame when when you think this will start and when you will get time to consult with both the upper and the lower house, because we really and truly need to know so that we will not be, because right now we are in breach. We are in breach because if the Act speaks to not later than, it means then that you probably need to speak more specifically to this matter, Mr. Minister.
Mike.
Mr. Speaker, just to satisfy the members, as House Leader, I will collaborate with the Minister to ensure that that breach is not realized. And certainly by Thursday, I will rectify that situation.
So, again, Mr. Speaker, if I could just to add to the response before I go back to the review regarding the schools, that there are 116 schools that have the Alternative Pathways program and 116 secondary schools that have that Alternative Pathways to Secondary Education program. 2 inclusive schools at the EC level, in Savannah Lamar and the MC Camp Children's Center. And at the primary level, there are 18 schools with the special education units. As it relates to the review, I think I've been clear that we acknowledge the need for the review, and we will work with the Parliament to execute it. Pardon? 18. To advance it expeditiously. But I thank you, Member. Matter of fact, I want to welcome you. Perhaps today, you and I can, in the margins, have some discussions on the issue.
Announcements.
Laid on the table of the House are the following. Report on the deliberations of the Joint Select Committee to consider and report on the Insolvency Act 2014. Report on the deliberations of the Joint Select Committee appointed to consider and report on the bill shortly entitled the Jamaica Teaching Council Act 2022. Annual report and audited financial statements of the Jamaica Cultural Development Commission for the financial year 2015-2016, and finally, the annual report of the Office of the Public Defender for the year 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bills brought from the Senate. Petitions. Papers. Report from committees.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House a copy of the report on the deliberations of the Joint Select Committee appointed to consider and report on the bill shortly entitled the Jamaica Teaching Council Act 2022.
Notice of motion given orally.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Be it resolved that the report on the deliberations of the Joint Select Committee appointed to consider and report on the bill shortly entitled the Jamaica Teaching Council Act 2022, which was laid on the table of the House on the 11th day of February 2025, be approved. Mr. Speaker, I also beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move to introduce and have read a first time the following bills shortly entitled the Tax Administration Jamaica Amendment Act 2025, the Public Procurement Amendment Act 2025, the Bretton Woods Agreements Amendment Act 2025. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give further notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just trying. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm trying to ascertain from the Minister which of the motions that have been tabled will be attempted to be taken today, if not all of them.
Just for good order, I think the leader of the House on the other side appreciates that normally at this point, motions given orally, the intention is just made by the member, but at a later point, the leader of the House will then indicate what matters are going to be taken on public business. At that time, member, you will be so advised. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
Question and answer.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion.
No harmful pesticides, high quality ingredients, Stonyfield Organic, good on purpose.
Can you tell me why my water has a rotten egg smell?
That issue is usually caused by elevated levels of naturally occurring hydrogen sulfide gas. It doesn't make your water harmful to drink, but it does cause a pretty unpleasant smell. The good news is that you can address this problem with a whole house filtration system designed to remove the hydrogen sulfide odor in water. Culligan's AquaCentral Smart High Efficiency Sulfur Clear Filtration System is a great solution. At Culligan, we think about your water, so you don't have to.
Mr. Speaker, just being guided by the Deputy Clerk in terms of the full content, because this constitutes what we call the carryover resolution. But for the purposes of this element of the resolution, and only because there is one particular item which has to be disposed of later on to be included in the carryover resolution, and I'll come back to that at a later stage, I'm just seeking now for matters relating to select committees of the House, joint select committees, and select committees, as well as sessional committees, just in relation to the work of those committees. It is indeed, if at a later point today, there is a need for the appointment of any further select committees or joint select committee, then they would be so included. But I beg to move that the composition of all these committees remain unchanged, except where necessary, by further motions taken and approved by this Honorable House. Be it also further resolved, Mr. Speaker, that this carrying over resolution be accepted and will be dealt with at the appropriate time in public business. May it please you.
Just be guided that for the purpose of good order, that we will continue with the agenda and then come back to the carryover. All right? Question and answers to questions. Motion that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notices. Motions relating to the sitting of the House. Motion for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the first reading of the bills shortly entitled the Tax Administration Jamaica Amendment Act 2025, the Public Procurement Amendment Act 2025, the Bretton Woods Agreement Amendment Act 2025.
Mr. Speaker, the bill relating to the Bretton Woods Agreement has not been tabled, and all the others are in long form that are inappropriate for a debate to ensue. So I don't think they should be tabled at all until
the House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, again for good order. Just to indicate to the opposition House Leader that the format for tabling is in order in the long form. For debating, on the other hand, the short form is required, and it is not intended to debate those measures that have been tabled in the long order today, so that at a later point today, Mr. Speaker, as soon as the printing office has completed a particular one, I think particularly the Minister, the Procurement Act, that one is being done in the short order as we speak, and should be ready for the House for a later point. And at that point, we will be able to. No, but in all fairness, that opportunity will come at a later point today, if we so desire. But the Leader of the House, the Leader of the Opposition Business, and I will have further discussions on that to enable that. But for good order, the Minister is in line to present the bills in the long order for tabling, but not for debate. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, the question is that the standing order be suspended to allow the Minister to take the first reading of the bill mentioned. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that a bill shortly entitled the Tax Administration Jamaica Amendment Act 2025 be read a first time.
A bill shortly entitled the Tax Administration Jamaica Amendment Act 2025 read a first time.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that a bill shortly entitled the Public Procurement Amendment Act 2025 be read a first time.
An act shortly entitled the Public Procurement Amendment Act 2025 read a first time.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that a bill shortly entitled the Bretton Woods Agreement Amendment Act 2025 be read a first time.
How can you have a motion for first reading of a bill that's not in Parliament? For Bretton Woods? It's not. It's not here. I've been asking for it. Give it to us then if you have it. We have Tax Administration Jamaica and we have public procurement. We don't have that. We don't have that.
Mr. Speaker, members,
cordial manner.
now in possession. It was always there, but Mr. Speaker, one does not want to cast any doubt on the efficiencies of the service within the House. And so we accept that the bills in the long form were actually distributed. We regret that it might not have reached all the members of the House at the same time, but they were in fact distributed, Mr. Speaker. May it please you.
All right, so she asked already. She did. A bill shortly entitled the Bretton Woods Agreement Amendment Act 2025 read a first time. Did it already.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that a bill shortly entitled the Tax Administration Jamaica Amendment Act 2025 be read a first time.
Minister, you may ask that the bills be read a second time, as they have already been read the first time. The acts have been read the first time.
Speaker, I now move that a bill shortly entitled the Tax Administration Jamaica Amendment.
Minister. Minister, you may want to read the final, right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of second reading of all three bills.
Public business.
Mr. Speaker, the matters to be taken on public business will commence with the bill entitled An Act to Amend the Counties and Parishes Act to declare the city of the municipality of Portmore the 15th parish of Jamaica and for connected matters thereto. Mr. Speaker, it is intended that this bill will be piloted by the Honorable Desmond Mackenzie, Minister of Local Government and Community Development. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister. Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, This is a day of tremendous historical significance. This is the day when we, as lawmakers of this parliament, begin the process of transforming the city municipality of Portmore into the parish of Portmore and the 15th parish of Jamaica. This is not merely adding to the counts of parishes in the island. It is, in fact, the first time in the history of post-colonial Jamaica that a new parish is being created. I want to share a little facts less known with my colleagues and those in the gallery and those who are watching online today. Our parishes are the main units of local government in Jamaica. Having been created following the English settlement of this country in 1655, there were originally 7 parishes, and by early 1867, that number increased to 22. This law was reduced by Law 22 in 1867 to create 14. Jamaica has had 14 parishes since May 1, 1867. Today, therefore, nearly 158 years later, we are beginning the process of giving formal recognition and further empowerment to the people of the largest community in the Caribbean. We are providing through this bill, Mr. Speaker, tabled in this House, the civic and the practical development opportunities that will allow Portmore to achieve this outstanding milestone and a fulfillment, Mr. Speaker, of a commitment made to the electorates of this country by the Jamaica Labour Party while campaigning for public office, Mr. Speaker. Much has been said over many years across political administration about the importance of Portmore and the aspirations of the people who live and work there. I can personally attest to that because I started out in Portmore on my own. I spent over 2 decades, Mr. Speaker, living in Portmore, and I observe and I've seen the expansion and the rise of Portmore from a very advantage, from a point that I could touch and feel the sentiments of Portmore. The bill confers the parish of Portmore. It seeks to significantly widen the door of economic and social and political development for the people of Portmore by increasing their ability, Madam Speaker, to chart their own course and to be more effective to advocate and to manage resources available for their allocation. The transformation of Portmore into a parish is not only an option that we are using, Mr. Speaker, but it is giving them as a community the right to exercise that freedom, because we're talking about the largest community in the Caribbean. And so, Mr. Speaker, this administration diligently work to change the total architecture of Jamaica into a fully modern economic and social political country that our people here and abroad are proud to live in and proud to refer as their own. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, to cut a long story short, let us move to the bill. Let us get down to the business while we are here. Clause 1 contains the short title of the bill, Counties and Parishes Amendment Act 25. Clause 2, amend Section 3 of the Principal Act, Counties and Parishes Act, to state that the municipality of Portmore shall become one parish, including Elsha Hills, Goat Island, the city of Portmore, which will be the parish capital. This clause also specifically excludes Lakes Pen, Grange Lane, Lime Tree, Grove, Quarry Hill from the parish of Portmore. Clause 3, remove the words Section 5 and 6 from the subsection Section 4 of the original Act and replace with the word Sections A, Section 3AA, and 5.6. Clause 4, outline the specific description of the area of Portmore in a schedule that is divided into 3 parts. Part 1 of the schedule provides the written description of what will become the parish of Portmore. Part 2 is the map of the parish of Portmore. Part 3, describe and define what will become the city of Portmore in respect to the city of Portmore will include lands east of north of Arscott, which includes Portmore Municipal Corporation, police stations, lands south of Brayton Parkway, which comprise Inland Revenue Department, commercial entities, part of Nagozed, lands north of Brayton Road. These are the course of important law enforcement and administrative entities that are essential to the management of the new parish of Portmore. Clause 5, to insert the complete details of the schedule, that in Part 2 of the schedule, delete the word map of the proposed parish of Portmore. Clause 6, amend the Local Governance Act to provide that assets and liabilities of the city municipality of Portmore, which is currently the city municipality, or let me read that again. The Act to provide assets and liability to the municipality of Portmore, which is currently a city municipality, will be vested in what will be the Portmore Municipal Corporation as a result of Portmore becoming a parish. Clause 7, amend the Town and Country Planning Municipality of Portmore Provision Development Order 2018. This amendment removes the current words Municipality of Portmore and replace them with the words the Parish of Portmore. This clause also replaces the first schedule with a new area of the Parish of Portmore set out in 9 specific geographical areas that constitute the boundaries of the parish. Clause 8, Mr. Speaker, repeal the charter of the municipality of Portmore. Clause 9, confirm that any document or instrument that bears the word Municipality of Portmore will be legally treated as referring to the words Parish of Portmore once this act takes effect. Madam Speaker, or I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, used to the Madam Speaker, so my apologies, Mr. Speaker. We have at last come to the point where after many meetings, discussions, articles.
Hello. When you're smiling, when you're smiling, and the whole world smiles with you. When you're crying, you bring on the rain.
In full view of all Jamaica, a practical, administrative, political structure in which they can live their best lives. The people of the Sunshine City of Portmore are special, and the government is honored to also provide through this bill civic opportunity for them to live, work, raise families, and to do business in their own parish, the Parish of Portmore. With these remarks, Mr. Speaker, I ask that the Counties and Parish Amendment Act to declare the City Municipality of Portmore the 15th Parish of Jamaica and for connecting matters 25 to be read. A second time.
Before we continue, we are going to ask that members of the gallery that you are here observing the process, and so action, whether by way of waving or anything like that, we are asking that you desist and just observe the process. Thank you.
Supported first.
Members, are we to accept that? Well, we see too often. Now that it seems that Member Jackson is about to say something. Okay? He wasn't paying attention, madam. You are now on the floor, Member Jackson.
Could I have the...
No, keep quiet and I can talk. No, you're not talking to nobody there. Where you taking it? No, where you taking it?
Mr. Speaker, this bill was tabled on the 28th of January 2025. That date marks a sad day in the history of this Parliament. Mr. Speaker, it's interesting, I sat there and I listened to the minister did this bill. What was significant? He said, This is of historical significance. Over 150 years since a parish has been created. For that significance, he said the least ever said in this house in the introduction of a new bill. Mr. Speaker, for the 30 years that I have been in this house, I have never heard that minimal. You keep quiet. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this bill entitled An Act to Amend the Counties and Parishes Act to declare City Municipality of Portmore the 15th parish of Jamaica and for connected matters. Mr. Speaker, this bill would have been most appropriately entitled the Gerrymandering of Political Boundaries Bill of 2025. A bill
if we can have, let us.
Mr. Speaker, nowhere in my presentation or nowhere written within the bill or in my remarks was the word gerrymandering. So I would ask the member not to rename, which is his intention, Mr. Speaker. Okay?
May I continue, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker,
whilst members, whilst we are at the stage of debating, it is good and wise that we listen to each other when we are presenting. Continue. Turn your mic on.
And indeed, we must listen to ourselves too. And I repeat, Mr. Speaker, I said the bill as titled, in my opinion, and I believe in many, would be most appropriately named the Gerrymandering of Political Boundaries Bill of 2025. A bill, Mr. Speaker, such a bill is for the resurrection of political tribalism in Jamaica. Mr. Speaker, I made the remark, Mr. Speaker, about the sparsity of merits that the minister attached to this bill that he presented. He spoke about increasing governance and all of that. When you read the MOA, it is envisioned that the designation of parish status and municipality will strengthen its lobbying capacity, empower its citizens to more independently chart the course of development rather than being subject of the decisions made for the parish of St. Catherine. Mr. Speaker, content of this MOA is clear that either the minister never read the charter of the Portmore municipality under the Municipal Act, because all of those things are provided for in this currently. All. Mr. Speaker, I read from the Municipal Act, Charter of Portmore Municipality. Objects of the municipality to provide for efficient and accountable management of the affairs of the municipality of Portmore. To institute such measures as are necessary for ensuring that the management of the affairs of the municipality are conducted in a manner which is responsive to the needs and aspirations of the inhabitants of Portmore. It's here. And it goes further. It goes further. To provide a governance mechanism which will enable the inhabitants of Portmore to participate in determining the social services and regulatory framework which will best satisfy their needs and expectations. And it goes on. Verify whether public resources and authority are utilized or exercised, as the case may be, to their satisfaction. To their satisfaction. It's here. And it goes on. And it goes on to vigorously pursue the development opportunities which are available to Portmore and to institute such measures as are necessary for achieving public order and the provision of civic amenities so as to enhance the quality of life of the inhabitants. To promote social cohesiveness and a sense of civic duty, responsibilities among all inhabitants and stakeholders in Portmore in order to facilitate collective action and commitment towards achieving the goal of a harmonious and stable community. This is here. Nothing will be created by what you're seeking to do. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? You know what, Mr. Speaker? In this bill, lies a slew of deception. A slew of deception. If you look at clause, this is a bill with 9 clauses. If you look at clause 8, a simple one sentence. Section 8. The Charter of the Municipality of Portmore, 2015, is repealed. One sentence, repeals the charter. You know what else is in this charter that they're repealing, Mr. Speaker? You know what they are ripping apart from the people of Portmore, Mr. Speaker? They are ripping away from Portmore their right to elect their own mayors. That is what is provided for in the charter. I don't know that my opinion. This is here. Read it. This is what is in charter. Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons why I feel very strongly about this matter, the people of Portmore between 1994, 1995 to 2002, 2003, they had extensive consultations right across the municipality for over 8 years. This was not a construct of the PNP government in 2003. This represents what people of Portmore demanded. What the PNP merely did was one, listen to the people and facilitate what they aspire to achieve. That's what things is about. We and decide to take no ownership of it. It belongs to the people of Portmore. We never gloat about we give Portmore a municipality. We didn't. Government did not give people of Portmore a municipality. The people of Portmore fought for it, and they got it. They got it. Mr. Speaker, what else? What else did they sort and got in this charter? They said they don't want the political directorate on either side to select the boundaries for Portmore going forward. They didn't. They said they want to be a part of it. And that's why in the law it was stipulated that any new proposed boundary from what started the municipality must have at least 1/7 participation by the residents of Portmore. That's what they fought for. What this bill that this government brings here is to say to the people of Portmore, shut your mouth. We will not listen to you. You will determine your boundary. That's what this bill does. Mr. Speaker, what this bill also does, that the minister did not tell you when he spoke, nor is it contained in here, and that's where the deception lies. This bill is all about one thing. All about one thing. It is all about creating a political stronghold for the Jamaica Labour Party.
Member Jackson. You will not. The minister who want to rise on a point of order. Let us give him the privilege. Mr. Turn the mic on.
Mr. Speaker, again, I'm going to ask for your protection. The bill that was tabled, Mr. Speaker, speaks specifically in making Portmore a 15 parish. Nowhere in the bill, Mr. Speaker, is any question of creating any political dominance, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can you ask the member to stick to the bill? The member is misleading the House, misleading the country, Mr. Speaker. Can you ask the member? Can you ask the member to discontinue the mischief that he's making? He has not said anything in relation to the bill.
May I continue, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I repeat, based on what is set out here, the effect of this bill is solely for the purpose of creating political advantage. Mr. Speaker, I quote, the most difficult of the three was Portmore Pines, and we have made it much easier now. I have been fighting before 2011, when we had the last boundary change, that Portmore should not go to Spanish Town. And today, I am happy to say that we have the boundary that we wanted all along. Quarry Hill, Lakespen, Lime Tree Grove, Grange Lane, on that side will no longer be in Portmore. And I go further. When we, and I go further, Mr. Speaker, when we take our Portmore from St. Catherine, it's a different ballgame. We have what? 41 seats now, or 42 seats? Out of this 42, they have 12 in Portmore. We want 2, they want 10, yet they want St. Catherine Parish Council by 1 seat, even though they carry 10 from Portmore. Now, we give them back them 10 seats. Leave us alone over here. And it means that under no circumstances, PNP can ever win the St. Catherine Parish Council again. Never again. Mr. Speaker, those are the words from the former senior cabinet member of that side and member of parliament for Southwest St. Catherine. Those are not my words. So when I hear the minister get up and start point of standing and a point of order, and my conscience is not setting him free. Mr. Speaker, I said at the outset that this bill is all about gerrymandering. That meant the former minister confirmed publicly. The Prime Minister and no member over there ever refuted it. They're the ones. And they have the nerve to come here and talk about this, not about political boundary. The very narrative in this was made by that member. Mr. Speaker, this gerrymandering bill is to undo the results of the local government election last February. They never won the municipality by ballots, don't want to use their majority in parliament to achieve. Mr. Speaker, this is a cruel act. This is a wicked act. This bill, Mr. Speaker, this is not about Portmore. It's about the democracy of this country. They have started along a slippery slope to get what they want by circumventing the Electoral Commission of Jamaica. That's what it's all about. The Electoral Advisory Commission, Mr. Speaker, clearly said so since 1979 that no longer should political boundary be determined by any incumbent government.
Minister, I am aware that you are rising on a point of order. You may now rise on your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, the member just made reference about the setting of boundaries. Mr. Speaker, there is nowhere in the bill that the question of establishing political boundaries were mentioned. That is not the dictate of the bill. That is not our responsibility to set political boundaries. Mr. Speaker, the member continue. You are allowing the member to continue to mislead the House by stating things that are not factual, Mr. Speaker. And he's doing it on purpose. Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, Mr. Speaker, the member needs to tell the country why he's against Portmore becoming the 50th parish.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to continue from where I left. Mr. Speaker, I indicated that this bill, you know, this 1867 bill, as you rightfully said, over 158 years ago, was a bill promulgated to allow the landowners Mr. Speaker, you are compromising yourself, Mr. Speaker.
If you just sit for a while. One of the things that I've observed, one of the things once again, if we listen, members, we are guided by the standing order. Remember, no, we are guided by the standing order. And the standing order places the speaker here. And therefore, if I am unable to get us to act in a certain way, then I will use the same standing order to rule. It happens on both sides. And I'm going to ask that on more than one occasion, we would have used the act of a standing order position to make statements. It happened on both sides. We are debating the matter. We are debating the matter. All of us at times put our hand and say, point of order. And we make statements. I am saying to us today, exactly, I am saying to us today that as of now, whilst I am sitting in the chair, I am going to make sure that if you rise on the point of order, that you ask a question directly and do not make a statement. So, what is good for the goose must be good for the gander. Continue.
Mr. Speaker, I will continue from where I left off. I made a point, Mr. Speaker, that this bill is all about creating prescribed political boundaries. The government. The minister said it. And I made a point, Mr. Speaker, that this 1867 bill was an act created to divide up Jamaica by the colonizers, divide up the land by themselves. This government, after 150 years, is now reinvoking that act to create political system for themselves. Mr. Speaker, this act is to undo the results of the 2024 local government election. Because if this bill is brought into force today, it would terminate the office of the directly elected black vote. That is what this bill will do. Yes, that's what I'm worried about. Yes. Mr. Speaker, in so doing, they are upending the election results of last year by the parliamentary majority. Mr. Speaker, when the electoral advisory committee was promulgated in 1979. You know, one of our successes as a country is that the wisdom of the JLP and the PNP then prevailed, led by Michael Manley and Sir Edward in promulgating. They promulgated the Electoral Advisory Committee to ensure that no constituency and divisional boundary is determined by any party. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Local Government and the Member of Parliament for West Kingston, I am confident this cause Mr. Sada to earn this grade. Because this bill is to upend what the Electoral Advisory Committee is to do. Mr. Speaker, this bill is nothing more than a power grab by the government. That's what it's all about. It's the most anti-democratic bill that this country have ever seen since for 44 years. Mr. Speaker, it is what in 2025 is now parliamentary tyranny. Power drunkenness by the majority over there. That's what it's all about. Power drunkenness. I will say it a million times.
Member, you have been on the floor and you have surpassed the time. I'm going to ask you to wrap up your presentation so others can get their presentation. Turn your mic on.
Mr. Speaker, this matter of reshaping parish boundaries is no light matter. That's a significant thing. And the minister said it has not been done since 1867. It's a significant matter. They are appropriate and civil and democratic way. The government, in their wisdom, believes that parish boundaries need to be revisited. Here's a proper way to go about it. What government should table a white paper, engage all the stakeholders, look at the merits, the pros and the cons, and arrive at any proposition that evolves from that exercise. Why, Mr. Speaker? Parish boundaries will transcend all administration. You are there now, you will go. Right? So, Mr. Speaker, I humbly submit, Mr. Speaker, that the government, because, Mr. Speaker, posterity will hold the minister responsible for the one who tabled this bill in the House. And generations to come will hold you responsible and your government. There's a better way to do it. Withdraw this bill. Engage your opposition. Engage the people of Portmore. Engage the stakeholders. Because you know what, Mr. Speaker? Today for Portmore, tomorrow for Westmoreland, Andover, or any other parish in this country. That's where we are going. And we can't allow that to happen. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I will say, should the government remain in a state of power drunkenness, proceed to end this, we will meet the government in the court. And, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the opposition, I am serving notice that when the People's National Party or the next government, we will repeal this act. And we will allow the people of Portmore to determine their destiny, their form of government, because the will of the people must always prevail.
me next. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I'm ashamed that Fitz, you're my member of parliament. Member Jackson, that you're member from South St. Catherine. That as the member of parliament for where I live, you seem not to really care about the people living in Cabinet State. Because the people in Cabinet State where I live, even though we can vote for a member of parliament, we were kept from voting in the last local government election for a mayor. And so today, I rise to lend my voice in support of making Portmore the 15th parish of Jamaica. And I have to say that as a proud taxpaying resident of Portmore, I, along with thousands of others, believe that it is our time that this border is changed. Right now, we are in limbo, living in what feels like a no man's land. And despite contributing our fair share of the economy, we are denied the fundamental right to vote for a mayor who will manage the very taxes that we pay. I believe that this is an injustice in our democracy. Mr. Speaker, I have called Portmore home for the last 14 years, and I have witnessed an incredible transformation in Portmore. I recall when I moved there, where there were trees and buildings, businesses. I remember, again, as I said, it was called a dormitory. People were only coming in, leaving to go to work. But now we have persons coming into Portmore from Old Harbour, from Mandeville, from Kingston, to come to work, to do business, to invest, to work. And so, if Portmore is generating this level of economic activity, why should we not have the autonomy and governance benefiting the parish? Mr. Speaker, the time for change is now. Again, as I said, I wanted to take the example of the community where I live in Cabinet States, where there are over 1,800 residents living there, possibly more, because there are 930-something homes, and you have at least 2 or 3 persons living in each house who are possibly voters. And so we want to make sure that our taxpaying dollar is used in the right way and have a say. I believe that we deserve the proper representation, we deserve control over our local governance, we deserve the dignity of becoming recognized as Jamaica's 15th parish. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say, that it is time for Portmore to gain its rightful status. And so I ask my colleagues to support this bill for Portmore to become the 15th parish.
Mr. Speaker, I sat here earlier, Mr. Speaker, and listened to my colleague from St. Catherine South. And Mr. Speaker, it became even clear to me that hypocrisy oftentimes tries to hide itself behind political partisanship. Hypocrisy Speaker, because I recall leading up to the 2003 local government election, when the PMP supporters, led by George Lee, threatened the then PMP administration that they will not support the PMP government in the upcoming local government election. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, that I entered representation politics, Mr. Speaker. I entered representation politics, Mr. Speaker, around 2002. And Mr. Speaker, you know, the member from St. Catharines South mentioned earlier that this bill was tabled earlier this year. But I recall, Mr. Speaker, that the bill that was tabled to establish Portmore as a municipality was tabled and passed in May 2003, and the local government election was called June 19, 2003. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am ashamed to call this tax my member of parliament. My member of parliament, I'm ashamed of you. I'm ashamed of you, Mr. MP. You know, Mr. Speaker, I was fortunate to be among the first set of councillors in the experiment, as it was called by the PMP at that time. The experiment in the process of establishing Portmore as a parish. The municipality of Portmore was created in 2003. I was among the 11 councillors elected at that time. My division, Mr. Speaker, at the time was called the Nagwe Division, and I'm proud to state here that my political career started there in the Nagwe Division. Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure my member of parliament then, because I was a councillor in St. Catharines South, he was my member of parliament then. And he remains my member of parliament because my vote still resides in St. Catharines South. You know, I am not a hypocrite. So I could not vote for the current member of parliament. And I've never voted for the member of parliament that sits on that side. And the margin is getting smaller and smaller. And just to educate the members of the House relates to margin, look at the trend and you will see that the quality of representation from the sitting member of parliament is the history. Listen, numbers don't lie, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, back to the level of hypocrisy that has been exhibited by those ambassadors, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, Mr. Speaker, the experiment, Mr. Speaker, where the municipality of Portmore was established in 2003, was a part of the process to give the people of Portmore full autonomy, full control of their destiny. I want to remind this House, Mr. Speaker, that in 2003, all 11 councillors who were elected in the municipality of Portmore had to attend and still must attend meetings in St. Catharines. In fact, Mr. Speaker, our first allegiance is sworn to the St. Catherine Municipal Corporation. At that time, it was called the St. Catherine Parish Council. That's like colonization. Mr. Speaker, I benefited from that. Because even though at my division was in the municipality of Portmore, I became the deputy mayor in St. Catherine in 2003. 2 years thereafter, Mr. Speaker, I became the mayor and chairman of St. Catherine Parish Council. Even though, Mr. Speaker, my division was in Portmore. And what is ironic, Mr. Speaker, that what is very ironic, Mr. Speaker, is that every second Wednesday night, I had to attend the General Council meeting of the Portmore Municipal Council at the time. That was being presided over by a mayor. I sat there as a councillor. But the next morning, the Thursday after, the second Thursday, I am in charge of every single thing in the parish of St. Catherine. Mr. Speaker, the hypocrisy is so blatant that, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the dynamics, the councillor for the Greater Portmore division sits in the Municipal Council of Portmore. He must attend meetings in St. Catherine, otherwise he will not get a salary. You can forget the council meetings in Portmore if you're all about salary. Once you attend meetings in St. Catherine, you are covered. But that is not where I want to go, Mr. Speaker. It's about the quality of representation. Where any community, not of the gully that separates the communities of Daytona, Manza, Country Club, that falls out of that drain, is no longer considered part. It's not considered part of Portmore. But yet, Mr. Speaker, the member from St. Catherine South always talk about quality representation. Where is the quality representation when a significant part of your division and your whole constituency is not properly represented in the council? Mr. Speaker, it speaks to Mr. Speaker. Hypocrisy. You know, Mr. Speaker, you know, in recent times, it is becoming clear, Mr. Speaker. It is becoming clear that desperation is setting in. When you look at the member from St. Catherine South and all,
we've got great news for seniors. The Social Security Administration.
On what grounds this time is he going to court? Mr. Speaker, you know, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the people of Portmore were consulted in 2020. Yes. This government, Mr. Speaker, has the courage to fulfill a commitment that started under the previous PMP administration. It started under a previous PMP administration. It started when they tabled the bill to establish Portmore as a municipality. We are brave enough to complete the process. time, Mr. Speaker, that we embarked on such a move was in 1867. Mr. Speaker, for the first time since independence, we are cutting the chains of colonialism. We are removing the shackles, Mr. Speaker. That somebody wants us to continue to be here. We are government, Mr. Speaker, about action, not about them out. We are not people on this side. We gave a commitment, Mr. Speaker, to the people of Portmore, and we are going to deliver on that commitment. Mr. Speaker, you know, I listened carefully, and the member from St. Catherine South tried to spread some propaganda and attack the minister. But I'm sure the member and those on that side are well versed as it relates to law. It is the responsibility of this parliament to establish parishes. It is the responsibility of the Electoral Commission of Jamaica to establish constituency boundaries. So, Mr. Speaker, when they come with their gimmicks and lies, we will not listen to those lies. The people of Jamaica are not listening to those lies. The people of Portmore, Mr. Speaker, don't want those lies. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that the will of the people of Portmore is for the establishment of Portmore, Jamaica's 15th parish. It is clear, Mr. Speaker, that the communities like Phoenix Park, Parish, communities like the newly formed Bernard Lot development, where we have quite a number of housing solutions being built. They want to find a place. They want to find a place that they can call their own, Mr. Speaker. They want to be able to vote for their local government representative. I know, Mr. Speaker, just looking at my former colleagues,
I will now say to you, member from St. Catherine South, that I've said it earlier, that you now rise on a point of order, that you go directly to a question and not a presentation.
Mr. Speaker, the point of order is the area that the member refers to does vote for a local government representative. It falls in the St. Catherine Parish Council. They do vote.
What is the question? What is the point of order?
He said that they had no representation. Mr. Speaker.
Your mic. Please ask the question. If
for the record, Mr. Speaker, my point of order is that the statement by the member is misleading the House. The residents in the community for which he refers do vote for a local government representative.
You know, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker. There are a number of us, Mr. Speaker, that, including yourself, that truly appreciate what it is to be a local government representative. Right, Mr. Speaker, if you look over there, you have the member from St. Catherine Eastern. Yes, the member from St. Catherine North Central. You look at, Mr. Speaker, the member from St. Catherine Southwest. St. Catherine Southwest, my apologies, Mr. Speaker. You have on this side the member from Southeast St. Elizabeth. Mr. Speaker, you look at our Minister of Local Government from Kingston Western. Kingston Western. You have the member from St. Mary Western. The member from St. Andrew Northwestern, Mr. Speaker. And myself from St. Catherine South Central. I acknowledged the Speaker earlier. And of course, the former mayor and now the member from St. Andrew, from St. James, Southern. What is the common thread, Mr. Speaker? It is that we appreciate how the people really think at the grassroots level. Mr. Speaker, it is not the big talk that makes a difference. It is the night, the drain, the lane, the street lights, the garbage collection. Mr. Speaker, it is the quality of representation that finds itself at community level. When national issues are important, Mr. Speaker, an appreciation of what is at the core, what matters to the people. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, the member from St. Catherine South don't get it. It is shameful that former local government practitioners on that side do not appreciate what it is to give people true autonomy. It is a sad day. It's a sad day, Mr. Speaker. When some of the members over there, we sat together in the St. Catherine Parish Council. We worked together, Mr. Speaker. We worked together, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that everybody that lives within the parish gets quality representation. Mr. Speaker, why are they not denying the people of Portmore quality representation? You know, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't matter which party we support. At the core of representational politics is the people. Mr. Speaker, we have been listening over the last 2 to 3 years. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we have gone even further. We have been listening since 2002. And Mr. Speaker, we are going to answer and give the people of Portmore what they deserve. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to close. I'm going to close at this moment, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, I came up through the local government system. I know what it is, Mr. Speaker, to deal with local issues. Some of them don't appreciate that. But, Mr. Speaker, we on this side believe in the people. We believe, Mr. Speaker, that the people of Portmore must get what they asked for. Yes. They spoke clearly, Mr. Speaker, in 2020, when for the first time they voted unanimously for the Jamaica Labour Party government that gave a commitment to establish Portmore as Jamaica's 15th parish. Mr. Speaker, we are going to deliver on that commitment.
Member Terlong.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to my colleague who's my co-chair before me.
Member from St. Catherine Southeastern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support what is before us, Mr. Speaker. Portmore has been a place where I spent the majority of my years. I lived there, I was schooled there, and it's a pleasure for me to represent a part of Portmore. I agree with what my colleagues on this side mentioned earlier about Portmore. Mr. Speaker, contrary to what my opposite side, the member from South St. Catherine, would want to say, the people of Portmore in 2020, after listening to the manifesto by the Jamaica Labour Party government, vote handsomely in ensuring that 2 out of the 3 constituencies in Portmore are represented by the Jamaica Labour Party. Mr. Speaker, shortly after that, a joint select committee was established. Members from the government side and the opposition. The member from South St. Catherine was a part of the joint select committee. We had robust discussion on the matter. Majority of what I'm hearing today were not brought forth in those joint select committees. Mr. Speaker, submissions were asked, submissions were made, an extension was given for those submissions, and especially the opposition councillors in my constituency gave submission to the joint select committee. Mr. Speaker, personally, I have had many meetings with members from my constituency, with presidents from the various citizen associations. And not everyone will agree, but the majority in my constituency want Portmore to be the 15th parish. Mr. Speaker, after the last local government election, we had meetings, we had consultation. Even the elected mayor of Portmore had a consultation at the chamber of the municipal council. And majority of the persons there were in agreement with Portmore to become the 15th parish. Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, the meeting for which you make reference, the municipality wrote the minister to tell them, but the people said, no, it is a blatant misrepresentation, and it's an indictment for
a member of parliament to come in this house and say that? Your indictment. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise on a point of order to ensure that your eyes are not blind and your ears are not deaf. Because when the member over there told the member speaking to shut up, told me to shut up a while ago, and actually called my name and told me he was telling me to shut up, you said nothing. And this kind of partisanship in the bench that you hold is unacceptable. Especially when it is that we are debating a bill that is purely political. Just stay very long.
Sorry, members, I will address the situation. I will say to the member from St. Andrews Southwestern that I also heard when you refer to the member from St. Mary Western to go and she fold at his home. And if it is that you want us to use the standing order to straitjacket the situation, I will welcome it. I was just allowing friendly bantering. So I will ask. I will know. I will know.
I just would indicate to members in terms of enabling a continuation of this debate this evening, because as it is turning out, it will go on ad infinitum. That points of order, which are statements to be made, can be accommodated in the debate, and members have opportunity during the debate to make whatever rebuttal they wish to make or clarification which they need to make in relation to the speeches given by other members. So, Mr. Speaker, it's also guide us that we won't abuse the privilege of point of order when there is provision within the debate for those points to be made by the members substantially as a contribution to the debate. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, you actually asked the question whether or not you made a statement about what I said when I told the member to go shame foul and yard. I said that because you as Speaker would have heard him being disrespectful, and you did and said nothing. And so I thought it was important to stand in my own defense, and that's why I said what I did.
We are not going to wait. We are not going to be going tit for tat in this situation. We must continue with the debate of the matter at hand.
Can you turn on my mic, my lord? Oh, Mr. Speaker, I was never disrespectful to the member from Southwest St. Andrew. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, it is the political ombudsman who has ruled against the member from South St. Catherine who was disrespectful to me. And until today, he has not remedied that situation. And the member from Southwest made her remarks, and we allowed it as friendly banter. But for her now to come and try to switch it, it's disingenuous.
I will now at this time rule that we continue with the debate of the matter at hand. The speaker was member from St. Catherine Southeastern. May you wish to continue.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it amazed me as to the true reason why my opposition counterpart, especially the member from South St. Catherine, is not interested in Portmore to become the 15th parish. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues mentioned earlier the untidiness of the current arrangement. That has to be corrected. It cannot be that residents of one of the division in Portmore can vote for the councillor, but not the mayor. And in the same division, that person is represented by a councillor from the Portmore municipality, and the mayor is in St. Catherine. It's untidy, Mr. Chairman. It cannot be as well that all the councillors from the Portmore Municipal Council must attend meetings at St. Catherine Municipal Council. If not, they are not paid. It is untidy, Mr. Chairman. With Portmore becoming the 15th parish, Portmore has the capacity to chart its own affairs.
The rest of your life is up to you, and it can change for the better.
You're good to go. It's hard to name a thing in this.
Currently, Mr. Speaker, all the lands in Portmore is owned by the St. Catherine Municipal Council in trust. It's not owned by the Portmore Municipal Council. That in itself is untidy. Mr. Speaker, the people of Portmore deserve quality representation. The people of Portmore were consulted. The people of Portmore need to chart their own affairs. And Mr. Speaker, I support this move, and I ask my colleague and my colleague from South St. Catherine to embrace development for Portmore and support this bill. We will not trample on the people's right, and we must represent the people well. Mr. Chair, Mr. the people well. Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, I support.
In support
of the bill that has been tabled in this House. Before I proceed with my presentation, I need to acknowledge the councillors from Portmore who are present, as well as representatives from Citizens Association and varying communities across Portmore. The gallery is full of persons from Portmore who are here to give support to Portmore becoming a parish. I have been watching the expressions, Mr. Speaker, and I have not seen one person who is in disagreement with their parish or their municipality, their home becoming a parish. Mr. Speaker, this is important. It is important, Mr. Speaker, because we must stop playing politics with the lives of the people of Portmore. Mr. Speaker, this is historic, and that today we have a gallery full of residents coming from Portmore to support the bill is testament to the level of agreement and consultation that was done. They are here to speak for themselves. They are here to speak for themselves, Mr. Speaker. And I want Jamaica to understand. And I want the cameraman to glance at the gallery so that they can see that Portmore is aligned with the government and with this bill to make Portmore the 15th parish. You know, Mr. Speaker, in the 1960s, a great visionary, and I heard my colleague mention his name. A great visionary, the most honorable Edward George Philip Siaga, had a vision of creating Portmore in the 1960s. Mr. Speaker, that vision was scoffed at by the very opposition that is now scoffing at the vision of Portmore becoming the 15th parish. And it is hypocritical, Mr. Speaker, and it is also instructive that whilst one political party is focused on growth, development, and division, another political party is shrouded in politics and propaganda and trying to erase the vision. Mr. Speaker, Portmore on the threshold of becoming a parish. It is one of the most historic developments in city or town or country planning in Jamaica's history. It is something that we should all rally around and support, Mr. Speaker, because of what it means to the people of Portmore. In the same way, the vision of Edward Siaga to create Portmore in the 1960s has now blossomed to one of the most sought-after communities in the country. Everybody wants to host a Caribbean estate or Cedar Grove or anywhere in Portmore. Bernard Lodge development. I mean, listen, the vision of the most honorable Prime Minister Andrew Holness and this government is comparable to the vision of the late Edward Philip George Siaga to truly represent the people and to truly gift the people their own parish. And what does it all mean, Mr. Speaker? Mosquitoes going to kill them? Are they going to die in a swamp? I mean, what is the negative drawback? What is so negative about Portmore becoming a parish? And you can't hear one negativity. All you can hear is, oh, politics, 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 politics. Mr. Speaker, when you speak about the development of Portmore becoming a parish, it means absolute autonomy for the people of Portmore. That, Mr. Speaker, is democracy. That, Mr. Speaker, is putting people first. That, Mr. Speaker, is the prosperity and the progress for the people of Portmore. The prosperity and the progress for the people of Portmore must mean that Portmore becomes completely autonomous from St. Catherine. Mr. Speaker, when you go to Portmore, the level of consultation that was done, my colleague mentioned the Joint Select Committee that was chaired by Member Weekly. My colleague also mentioned several town halls that he did in his enclave of Portmore, his section of Portmore. Mr. Speaker, I also did the same consultations in the area of Portmore that I represented, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, coming out of all the, Mr. Speaker, you go to church, you go to the association meeting, talk to people on the ground, we had meetings at the Heart Academy. Mr. Speaker, the level of consultation was extensive. And the people of Portmore are in agreement with Portmore becoming a parish. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister himself also attended several town hall meetings in Portmore at the Heart Academy, Mr. Speaker, where residents from across Portmore were invited. And again, Mr. Speaker, the consultation was done. It was done. And Mr. Speaker, the biggest and best example of a consultation about whether or not the people of Portmore want Portmore to become a parish was the 2020 general election results. Enshrined in the manifesto of the Jamaica Labour Party was that Portmore would become a parish. And the residents of Portmore decided that this is the government that truly puts people first. And this is the government that is going to further develop Portmore. And so they voted in a second member of parliament unanimously, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, I hear little chattings and little rumblings about a particular constituency in Portmore. Mr. Speaker, that constituency won in 2020 by more than 2,000 votes, Mr. Speaker. More than 2,000 votes, Mr. Speaker. So this notion about political benefit, it does not arise, Mr. Speaker, because with or without parish status, Mr. Speaker, Portmore is going to return at least 2 members of parliament again to this honourable house, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, since the notion of politicking was introduced, Mr. Speaker, the people of Jamaica, St. Catherine, Portmore, look at the mathematics. The real politicking is that the only reason I can think of why anybody would oppose Portmore becoming a parish is because of the constitution of the St. Catherine Municipal Corporation. Mr. Speaker, so this is not about Portmore. This is about St. Catherine Municipal Corporation. Yes. For some persons in this house who oppose it. So that is why they're opposing it, Mr. Speaker. That is why they're opposing it. Because had it been about Portmore and the growth and development of Portmore, they would say yes in agreement. Mr. Speaker, you want to talk about the growth and development of Portmore and what parish status would mean to it. Mr. Speaker, Portmore is one of the most tax-compliant communities in Jamaica. Portmore is one of the most tax-compliant communities in Jamaica, with more than 94% of the residents of Portmore paying their taxes. The people of Portmore want to see their tax dollars staying in Portmore and not being spread across all of St. Catherine, where it is being lost. Mr. Speaker, when you talk about the taxes in Portmore, when that money can be used to fix up the roads and develop infrastructure and take care of the needs of the residents of Portmore, Mr. Speaker, you're going to talk about increased development, increasing the personal wealth of every resident of Portmore when their property values start to increase in the context of a parish of Portmore, a high tax-paying bracket in the parish of Portmore. Mr. Speaker, it can only lead to greater investments. It can only lead to greater development programs for our young persons. Mr. Speaker, it can only lead to greater assistance for the elderly. Mr. Speaker, it can only lead to greater...
Mr. Speaker, I stand on a point of order. In respect, don't worry about it, it's good. Yeah, man, no, man, don't worry about it. Yes. Mr. Speaker, the member spoke about is misleading the House, number one. In respect to anywhere your taxes is paid, it goes back to the municipality that it belongs to. So I want that to be very, very careful of what he is saying. He is misleading the House.
Mr. Speaker, as long as the residents of Portmore are a part of St. Catherine, their taxes are shared across St. Catherine, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the residents of Portmore would like their tax-paying dollars to work for them in Portmore, to develop Portmore. Mr. Speaker, I continue. Mr. Speaker, when Portmore becomes a parish, the transformation effect that it would have for growth and development, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we envision a parish of Portmore that will become the Silicon Valley of the Caribbean. Mr. Speaker, greater investments, as I indicated, jobs for persons, Mr. Speaker, it means that the lives of the residents of Portmore people will be better. And that is why, as a government, we believe in putting the people first and enacting legislation for the benefit of the people. Mr. Speaker, I was at a community meeting on Sunday evening. And I raised the issue again, Mr. Speaker. And resoundingly, the members at the community meeting said, yes, it is full time we become a parish. One resident said, but Portmore bigger than about 3 or 4 parishes, so why we can't be our own parish? So, Mr. Speaker, people are aware of the arguments. So this thing about Montego Bay becoming a parish or Treasure Beach becoming a parish, Mr. Speaker, Portmore has the number of residents that it is larger than at least 3 or 4 parishes, Mr. Speaker, and it deserves its own parish status. It deserves full autonomy, Mr. Speaker. My colleague spoke about the configuration, and there are 3 councillors here from Portmore who will tell you that when they could be in their respective divisions providing greater work and greater service for the people of Portmore, they have to go to Spanish Town, because if they don't go to Spanish Town, they don't get paid, Mr. Speaker. That is a fact. Mr. Speaker, I also represent a division, Mr. Speaker, where the residents complain because whilst they can vote for a councillor, they can't vote for the mayor. And they just don't, and for them it's an issue, Mr. Speaker, because when local government time comes, they feel left out of the whole process. So at some point we have to determine what is Portmore. So again, making Portmore a parish serves the greater identity purpose for the people of Portmore. And when you can identify yourself, Mr. Speaker, at all levels of governance, now that is true democracy. That is true democracy, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I want to indicate that this is perhaps the most democratic bill that is being brought before this House, Mr. Speaker. And it is the most democratic bill because it serves the people of Portmore. It is the people's bill, Mr. Speaker, because it now gives them full autonomy, full voting rights, and it gives them the status of the great Portmore becoming the parish for the people. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker. May I have the lectern, please? It's all right. Mr. Speaker, it is well known that the opposition does not support this legislation. Such a far-reaching political maneuver as to cast aside Portmore's special status as Jamaica's only city municipality and convert it into a parish ought to emanate from the people who it directly affects. It is the people of Portmore who should decide which way they wish to go. Instead, the process of consultation with the people of Portmore leading up to this point was mere political window dressing. The call for the people of Portmore to decide their future via a referendum, which has been made by this side, has been ignored. Instead, this government is ramming this legislation down their throats. Mr. Speaker, if this legislation becomes law, it will deprive the residents of Portmore of their important rights of democratic participation to directly elect their mayor and for their citizens' associations to have rights of audience on their city council. Those rights for which the people of Portmore had advocated and were granted by law are unique in Jamaica and represent the high point of democratic innovation in local governance. It is a deplorable travesty and an aberration for those democratic rights of the people of Portmore to be removed without their consent or approval by this government abusing its parliamentary majority. Mr. Speaker, the two current mayors of Portmore and St. Catherine were both duly elected in February last year, less than a year ago, in fact. One directly by the people in Portmore, and the other by the elected local representatives of the people in St. Catherine. They both hold office as an expression of the democratic will of the people. This bill will destroy the expressed will of the people. It will remove the mayor of Portmore, who was chosen democratically by the residents of Portmore, and it will also result in the much reduced parish of St. Catherine suddenly having a majority of JLP councillors so that they can remove the current elected mayor and install one of their own. That is the effect of this legislation. Mr. Speaker, it is a deplorable travesty and an aberration for this government to abuse its parliamentary majority to negate the will of the people and remove their duly elected representatives from critical leadership positions that they now hold. This bill violates the people's choice last year. We reject the abuse of Parliament to reverse the will of the people as expressed through free and fair elections. It is wrong, and we call on Jamaica to stand up against it. As my colleague, Mr. Speaker, as my colleague, Member of Parliament for South St. Catherine has said, this legislation is gerrymandering legislation. What is gerrymandering? It means shifting up electoral boundaries to keep your supporters in and or to move the other side supporters out. And that is exactly what is happening here. The principal objective of this legislation is to recast existing constituency boundaries of 2 seats to provide a political advantage to the Jamaica Labour Party. That member
rise on a point of order, Mr. Speaker. the bill that was tabled, and I opened the debate, and we are debating. In that bill includes no provisions about removal of political boundaries. Mr. Speaker, the member is misleading the House. This Parliament, Mr. Speaker, cannot alter or create political boundaries. We are creating a parish boundary, Mr. Speaker. We are creating a parish. And they must stop, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the minister has made that point repeatedly, and it is disingenuous.
Of course, yeah.
Under our Constitution, constituencies cannot straddle parish boundaries. And when you configure parish boundaries, as this bill does, running through the middle of existing constituencies, you are ipso facto reconfiguring the constituency boundaries. Stop deceiving the people. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, the principal objective of this legislation is to recast the existing constituency boundaries of 2 seats to provide a political advantage to the JLP. This is flagrant gerrymandering and is an abuse of the democratic process of this Parliament. Mr. Speaker, this bill creates new parish boundaries that are not aligned with the current constituency boundaries in East Central St. Catherine and South St. Catherine, 2 seats. This departs from a decision that had already been agreed by both sides for the boundaries of the city municipality of Portmore to be aligned with the boundaries of the 3 constituencies that together comprise Portmore. The government departing from that position without the input or approval of the Electoral Commission of Jamaica is thereby departing from the convention that electoral boundary adjustments are to emanate from the consensus within the ECJ and then accepted by Parliament without debate or demur. Mr. Speaker, the convention that decisions on political boundaries are shifted away from the governing party of the day and instead vested in a well-structured specialist entity, formerly called the Electoral Advisory Committee, and now, under law, the Electoral Commission of Jamaica, has been an important contributor to the elimination of the scourge of political violence that had plagued Jamaica for decades and culminated in nearly 1,000 Jamaicans being killed in the lead up to the 1980 general elections. Mr. Speaker, Jamaica has come to be admired internationally for having developed a homegrown model for dealing with these politically sensitive issues via that well-designed structure that ensures expertise, independence, and consensus, and thereby reduces tensions and mitigates the risks of political violence. To depart from this convention will create a highly undesirable and unnecessary political schism, taking the country back to conditions from which Jamaica had happily departed and should never return. So, Mr. Speaker, we say shame on this JLP administration for taking Jamaica's political practice back to those dark days from whence we came. We absolutely abhor this flagrant violation of the well-established convention that has saved Jamaica so well since the 1980s. We abhor the emasculation of the central role of the Electoral Commission of Jamaica in setting constituency and divisional boundaries so that the government of the day cannot do precisely what this government is intent on doing here. The parish boundary for Portmore will run through East Central St. Catherine and run through South St. Catherine, excluding from the parish of Portmore several communities that are now part of those constituencies. Those communities will be politically marooned, no longer represented by their current elected MPs, but not represented by any other MPs either. So clearly, a major realignment of constituency boundaries will be required. That is the effect of this legislation. And Mr. Speaker, for this sensitive process to be preempted by the JLP government pushing through this bill for political advantage is a backward and retrograde step. And we strongly object to it, and we will not support it. Mr. Speaker, Portmore has developed into a major residential and commercial center. It was not developed as a parish. There is no discernible benefit that this legislation brings to the people of Portmore. They have not presented one tangible benefit to the people from this scheme of theirs. As a parish, Portmore will lack many of the facilities and amenities that parishes customarily enjoy. Many. It has no public hospital, no cemetery, no market, no parish court, and so on. The people of Portmore will continue to rely on St. Catherine and elsewhere for those amenities and facilities. This is legislation of form over substance, and its primary objective is political. It has nothing to do with improving the lives of the people of Portmore. Oh no, it is entirely for the political benefit of the Jamaica Labour Party. Mr. Speaker, what is happening here today cannot be supported. We will vote against it, and we will do whatever is in our lawful power to resist its implementation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from the member.
I can't understand why more Americans haven't been told these facts about life insurance. It's well known that life insurance is designed to pay tax-free cash to your loved ones if you pass. But what you
that I hear come from that side. Prior to 2016, while D.K. Duncan was on the Electoral Commission, Fitz Jackson. Don't hear me say.
Member. Member.
All right.
Please.
D.K. Duncan and I, we sat in the House Leader's office around there, and we agreed that the time we're doing the Portmore issue to realign the stuff, because Lakes Pen, Gravel, and all those places that he's talking about, they are not part of Portmore. Their address is Spanish Town, PO. And what we brought and we looked at is that those areas have a mayor from Spanish Town. The Electoral Commission messed up that area by placing them still in East Central and South St. Catherine. When I brought it, you also sat with us in St. Catherine to determine the boundaries of the parish. And after it was done, he's so dishonest. He was the chairman for the PMP side, while I was the chairman at the JLP side for the St. Catherine Boundary Commission. And we agreed. And he now come here with this rubbish. They made a mistake by leaving Lakes Pen Lime Tree Grove, when call the Quarry, I look a point out in Spanish Town and Grange Lane and Portmore should not have been. Then we sat with DK Duncan in the office around there, and we agreed. In can't come alive because no lie, me go chat. So shut up. So we, well up.
The member from St. Catherine Southwestern, you had the mic to make your presentation. I will ask of you to desist from using words, phrases, or terms that can be deemed derogative. And so I'm going to ask you at this point to withdraw such remark and continue with your presentation.
But Mr. Speaker, my presentations I said a lot of stuff. So exactly which remarks are you asking me to withdraw?
The remark, member, the remark that you made in between your presentation when you point at a member across the floor telling them to shut up.
I understand, Mr. Speaker. I won't tell him to shut up. I just asked him to just give me a chance to speak. Mr. Speaker, as I said, we met across there. We agreed that Portmore will straddle the toll road. So anything north of the toll road will be a part of St. Catherine. We agreed on that. During the sitting of the House, Arnold Brown came in, and when they discussed with Arnold Brown, he said, no, it can't happen. And that's why it did not happen at the time. That's why it did not happen. Because Arnold Brown vetoed him and DK Duncan. That's why it didn't happen. Now the boundary they are talking about, and talk about ECJ and EA, what have you, EC, what have you. The boundary in 2016, when we started, it was drawn and prepared by Electoral Office of Jamaica. At the bottom of the page, it says, prepared by the Electoral Office of Jamaica, before we have the first joint meeting. The only difference and change is that the Planning Institute and those planners extend that boundary to take in the back of Felsha, come down to Goat Island. But the map, the drawing was done by them, and he knows it. He knows it. And at the end of the page of the drawing, of the map, it says, prepared by Electoral Office of Jamaica. You see, Mr. Speaker, now I understand what Balaam experienced when that thing spoke to him. Now I understand what Balaam experienced when that thing spoke to him. Thank you. Remember, Balaam was riding the jackass, you know, and the jackass started talking to me about the jackass. So now I know what Balaam experienced when that thing spoke to him. Mr. Speaker, I stand here to show the hypocrisy. The hypocrisy on that side. That this is coming a long way. It's not just now where it started. It started long ago, from 2016. From 2016. And as I said, Mr. Speaker, the issue with Balaam come alive today in the House.
Minister, at this time you will make your conclusion to the debate.
Mr. Speaker,
Member from St. Catharines, Southwestern.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the members who participated in this historical debate. But you know, Mr. Speaker, I have to be fair in my comments. You know, every time that something progressive is to be done in this country, the PNP oppose the progressive movement in this country. I want to take you back. You listen. I want to take you back, Mr. Speaker, because since they have allowed the debate, to disintegrate into a political fiasco, because they don't have any arguments to put forward to deny the people of Portmore that right. You know, Mr. Speaker, we talk about Marcus Messias Garvey and how much we revere and sing the praises of Marcus Garvey. I wonder if this country know who was responsible for the demise of Marcus Garvey and driving Marcus Garvey out of this country. Huh? 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 Who prosecuted Marcus Garvey? When Edward Seaga brought the returns of Marcus Garvey back to Jamaica, the opposition at the time demonstrated. Mr. Speaker, this country, every time something progressive is to be done, you go back to 1962, when we were a member of the West Indies Federation, the PNP opposed Jamaica leaving the West Indies Federation to become an independent nation. Huh? Again, the country had to go to a referendum because the PNP opposed to something that would move Jamaica forward. Go to 1965, 64, 65, when the late Lyndon Glaston Newland and the Jamaica Labour Party government introduced the National Insurance Scheme. The then PNP, them over there, opposed to the National Insurance Scheme, calling it sin. And today, the National Insurance Scheme is one of the greatest social programs ever introduced in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I am not surprised. I am not surprised of the pushback that we're getting from the PNP. Huh? In the 60s, when Edward Seaga announced the construction of Independence City, you hear what they say? Yeah, he might build swamp to put people to live in it. Right? And now they're coming to claim. They can't point to one single improvement that they have done in Portmore. Not one. The Forum Hotel. The Forum Hotel. The Forum Hotel, Mr. Speaker. The Portmore Art Academy. And if you want to come to know the new municipal building in Portmore, built by the Jamaica Labour Party. Mr. Speaker, this bill, yes, yeah, but we never had the vision to build it. Never had the vision. Mr. Speaker, this bill, Mr. Speaker, should never be taken down this road. Should never, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the people of Portmore, without Mr. Speaker, I have to laugh, Mr. Speaker, because right now, Mr. Speaker, what we are experiencing is a disconnect of reality from that side. They are out of touch. And I want them, they have the opportunity to tell us if the people of Portmore is not in support of Portmore becoming the 15th parish. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, despite all the mischiefs that have been made. Well, remember, you do have luck with referendum, you know. You do have luck with referendum. Right? You don't have luck with referendum. Right? So, Mr. Speaker, all I want to say in closing this debate, because the argument done. Mr. Speaker, the administration of Dr. Prime Minister Andrew Holness is implementing its commitment to build Jamaica, build communities. Today, we are building up Portmore, the largest community in the Caribbean, into a parish. In doing so, we are giving the people of Portmore the respect that is due to them. We're giving them economic opportunities. We're providing that hope that was promised to them in 2020. The prosperity is now beginning to happen. We should not allow those who have destroyed the foundation of this country to derail Portmore in becoming the 15th parish of Jamaica. It has been a privilege of this administration to preside over something that will rewrite history in this country. This is a progressive move by a government who understand and care, who listen, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, you see them over there jumping up and down. It's not that they don't want Portmore to become the 15th parish, you know. But they want them to be the one who do it. They don't have the courage to do it. They don't have the courage to do it. And this notion that they have, that this is PNP country, those days are over. Over. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are not going to turn back. When we introduce a state of public emergency to save lives, they take us to court. They oppose in saving lives, Mr. Speaker. The needs, they took us to court. Many things. They even interfere. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I urge Jamaicans not to listen to the mischief, the misinformation, the propaganda that is being spread by them over there. I urge them in their heart, allow your conscience to speak for you. When time comes to vote, quietly raise your hand and say yes. Don't follow. It don't suit them. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill, the Counties and Parishes Amendment Act to declare the City Municipality of Portmore the 15th Parish of Jamaica and for connecting matters 2025 to be read graciously a third time. A second time. To be read a second time.
The question is that the bill
a second time.
The question is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favor? Clerk. Members.
Mr. Bartlett. Mr. Brown. Dr. Brownberg. Dr. Chang. Dr. Charles. Mr. Charles Jr.
Ever wondered what your home looks like from space?
Did you know that you do not have to wait until
Miss Crawford. Miss Crawford. Absent. Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn. Yes. Miss Daly. No. Mrs. Dalrymple Filbert. Mr. Davis. Miss Davis. Dr. Dunn. Mr. Golding. No. Mr. Graham. Miss Grange. Mr. Green. Aye. Dr. Guy. Miss Hamilton. Miss Hannah. Mr. Enriquez. Mr. Henry. Dr. Holness. Mr. Hutchinson. Mr. Hilton. No. Mr. Jackson. No. Mr. Lawrence. Miss Lee. Mrs. Malahoo Fort. Mr. Main. Yes. Mr. Mackenzie. Yes. Mr. Miller. Aye. Miss Morrison. Yes. Mr. Montague. Mr. Morgan. Mrs. Nita Garvey. Mr. Paulwell. Mr. Phillips. Dr. Phillips. Mr. Robertson. Mr. Robinson. Mr. Samuda Carl. Mr. Matthew Samuda. Mr. Shaw. Mr. Siblis. Mr. Slowly. Mr. Smith. Mr. Terrelong. Dr. Tufton. Mrs. Vaz. Mr. Vaz. Mr. Warmington. Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Williams, Mrs. Williams, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Whittock, and Mr. Wright.
Was it really God's wish to kill Abraham?
Members, do you want the results? We had asked for the bill to be read a second time and there was a divide. Ayes 28, noes 10, 0 to decline, and 24 absent. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Clerk.
An act to amend the Counties and Parishes Act to declare the city municipality of Portmore the 15th parish of Jamaica and for connected matters read a second time.
The House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause. Minister, question. Do you wish to put all the clauses as a cluster and take it all at once, or you want to take them individually?
Mr. Chairman, I would want us to take it en bloc, but there's just one a minor adjustment to part 2 of the second schedule.
So it is safe to say that we take the rest of the clauses en bloc and deal with the second one by itself?
Right, yes, because just a minor adjustment to part 2 of the second schedule in the map. The word map, purpose of the parish of Portmore must be deleted.
Must be deleted?
Yeah.
So at this time, we will take the map. The map must be deleted. So in the bill, if you look at where the page where the map appears, the title should be deleted. Is that what we are asking for?
Yeah, yes, Mr. Chairman. When we get that, the proposed parish of Portmore to be amended the document. In Schedule 2 of the map, the proposed parish of Portmore. That's it from the map. All right?
They're doing now is putting the bill before the Parliament to pass the bill.
Clause 5. Part 2, it reads map of parish of Portmore. That is to be deleted. So at this time, we will now put all the clauses from 1 to 5. Those in favor? Those against? Sorry? Minister, you wish to speak? Well, sorry, because so we now put clauses 1 through to 9. Those in favor? Those against? To 5. Clauses 1 to 5. Those in favor? The ayes have it.
The 5 have been passed. They said the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We're going to see if what's going to happen tonight. Join the
I now put the title and enacting clause to the floor. Those in favor? I now put the title and enacting clause to the floor. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without or with one amendment. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I do report the bill as having passed committee stage with one amendment. Minister.
So this will go to the Senate for the Senate to debate it now.
Mr. Chairman, I beg for the third reading of the bill.
The desire or the request is that it now be read the bill be read a third time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Counties and Parishes Act to declare the city municipality of Portmore the 15th parish of Jamaica and for connected matters passed, read a third time and passed.
So there you have it. The news coming into us.
This is
The news coming into us. Portmore is now the 15th parish. I'm presuming it is now the 15th parish of Jamaica. It was just passed in the Parliament of Jamaica. You know, the People's National Party abstained to all of this. The majority of the Parliament of the Jamaica Labour
House
Party has
Leader.
passed this bill.
There is a further business to be done.
So there you have it. Let me
Finance
take this off here.
has a report.
There you have it. Let me stop this here. There you have it. The bill has been passed in the Parliament, and based on what I'm hearing now, Portmore is now the 15th parish of Jamaica. I think that it's supposed to go to the Senate, then it goes to the Governor General for the Governor General to sign off on it. But as we can see now, Portmore is now the 15th parish of Jamaica. Let me get more confirmation on this, and join us this evening. Join us this evening at 8 p.m. I'm going to start at 7, but join us at 8 p.m. My special guest will be none other than Senator Damian Crawford, People's National Party caretaker for Northwest St. Catherine. That's Damian Crawford. Senator Damian Crawford will be my special guest this evening at 8 p.m. I'm going to start the program at 7. He will be my special guest this evening at 8 p.m. on the Mecwe Talk program. He couldn't make it yesterday, so we're going to do it this evening. So Senator Damian Crawford will be my special guest. Based on what we are hearing here in the Mecwe Talk program, that Portmore is now the 15th parish of Jamaica. Portmore is now the 15th parish of Jamaica. Let me see something here. Bear with me as we get this up and going here. Based on what we're hearing, Portmore is now the 15th parish of Jamaica. Let me get more confirmation. I have to confirm this more. So tonight we will have more news with this. But as we have it here, Portmore is now the 15th parish of Jamaica. Thank you all for watching us. Join us this evening. We're gonna start anytime soon. Headboy and myself will be on to speak some more about this. So that's basically it. We're gonna speak some more about this. But join us at 8 p.m. when our special guest will be Senator Damian Crawford, People's National Party caretaker for Northwest St. Catherine. We're working to have the Jamaica Labour Party member from Clarendon Central to come on our program come Monday. Hopefully we can get them to come on. We're working on that. But tonight we have Senator Damien Crawford will be coming on to speak to us. I just want to say thank you all for joining us. We're going to speak some more about what happened in the Parliament today. What happened in the Parliament today. Until you hear my voice again, may God bless you. May God bless our island home, Jamaica land we love. Join us at 7 p.m. when we come on, and at 8 p.m., Senator Damien Crawford will be our special guest. Have a great night, everyone. Until
When the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough, make we talk, my people, make we talk. When this town becomes an ugly place, don't let it erase the smile from your face. Make we talk, people, make we talk. Conversation is the key, a guiding light for you and me. Spark a talk and you will see conflict solver A to Z. World leaders master the art of self-defense just by talk. So people, make we talk. Hey, we're living in a world that on ourselves we must depend. Make we talk.